Chapter 1034. The Ghost Mother Demon Child Formation is a top-notch formation that combines the Ghost Mother Formation and the Demon Child Formation. The Demon Child Formation was an evil formation that specialized in absorbing life essence, while the Mother Ghost Formation used the absorbed life essence to nurture the life force to create the most powerful divine soul embryo. This divine soul has accumulated the life essence of hundreds of millions of people. It is unknown how many tens of thousands of years it has taken to form this embryo. It is unknown how many times more precious it is than the demon child's heart. Whoever could absorb and refine the energy of the fetus would have an endless lifespan. They would be like a true god, immortal and immortal. Ling Xiao and Xianxia's breathing became rapid. If the spring of life is a holy object, then this embryo that has been accumulated for tens of thousands of years is a priceless divine object. Any holy emperor would go crazy for it. Ling Xiao's green eyes and Xianxia's heavenly eye fell on the embryo. Their expressions changed once again. Not good. Someone has already occupied the divine embryo. If she is allowed to grow smoothly, she will definitely absorb all the essence of the embryo and become a divine soul. Xianxiao shouted. Ling Xiao also saw that there is a soul inside the embryo that is absorbing the power of the divine embryo. However, no matter how hard it tries, the absorption speed is not very fast. It's that old witch, she is actually not dead. Ling Xiao shouted. The soul inside the embryo is actually the appearance of the Yin Ghost Mother. It seems that the one that was destroyed is only her avatar. Her real soul is already hiding inside the embryo, waiting for the day to be reborn, break through the body of the Holy Emperor and become a god. We must stop her. Once she is destroyed, it will not be a problem for her to directly reach the Divine King realm. Xianxiao said and actually wanted to destroy the embryo. Ling Xiao pressed his hand and said, "Fraud, you are crazy. Didn't you say that devouring the embryo can help one become a god and there is hope for the Divine King realm in the future? How can you destroy it? What's the point of not destroying it? Don't tell me you're just going to let her continue like this and allow her to become a Yin master?" Xianxiao asked. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "No, absolutely not. Think of a way to stop her without destroying the energy of the fetus." The light energy of the mother formation is actually the life energy absorbed from the monster child formations. It contains the purest energy and is not a threat. Anyone can easily destroy it. However, it is almost impossible to preserve the energy of the mother fetus. After all, it has been taken over by that evil woman. We have to destroy it, Xianxiao explained. Then, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Unless..." Ling Xiao asked impatiently, "Unless what?" "Unless Palace Master uses his soul power to enter the mother's fetus and kill it, taking the power of the mother's fetus for himself," Xianxiao said. "That's a good idea. I will kill her now." Ling Xiao immediately clapped his hands and prepared to leave his body. Xianxiao hurriedly said, "Palace Master, don't be anxious. That evil woman is the Holy Emperor. I am afraid her soul power is very strong. Don't go for wool and come home shorn." Ling Xiao was deep in thought. After a while, his draconic eyes flashed with a bright light. He had a plan in mind. "Don't worry, you help me. I will definitely kill her," Ling Xiao said confidently. Then, without waiting for Xianxiao's agreement, his soul flew into the cave. "Evil woman, you want to become a divine soul and reconstruct a body? You have no chance," Ling Xiao shouted and entered the mother's fetus. Immediately, waves of boundless power poured into his soul. He felt as if he was bathing in a hot spring. Extremely comfortable. Furthermore, his soul power had also grown by quite a bit at that moment. If his soul stayed here for a long time to cultivate, it could indeed grow to an unimaginable stage. In the future, he would be able to enter the body and become omnipotent. The Yin Ghost Matriarch's soul power was actually hidden in the mother formation. She did not intend to absorb the power of the mother's fetus so quickly. Instead, she planned to devour the mother's power after her power reached the peak of the Holy Emperor. She would return to her youth and become a supreme divine monarch. However, the Yin Ghost Matriarch was suddenly attacked by other forces. Although she was confident that she could repel the invaders one by one, she still had a backup plan. However, she, who had always been cautious, had left a backup plan. She had left one of her avatars here, just in case. Just as she had expected, the other party was actually powerful enough to cut down her physical body with a sword and destroy her ghastly puppet sect. Therefore, she had no choice but to let her soul enter the mother's fetus and use its power to nurture her divine soul. In the future, she would be able to reconstruct her body and reach the divine state. After all, this formation was a top-grade formation laid down by the first-generation ancestor of the ghastly Drake sect. Child formations were set up in many forgotten barbarian lands, so that they could absorb the life essence of many martial artists and accumulate the most primitive life force. Therefore, what was nurtured in the mother's fetus was definitely a real divine soul that could reconstruct a divine body. As long as she reached this step, no one would dare to oppose her in the fortress, let alone rebuild the Ghost matriarch. She would even have a place in the heaven region. She felt that the location of the mother array was isolated by layers of arrays, so no one should be able to find it. She didn't even reveal this place to her most trusted lover, Mo. Moreover, there was the temptation of the demon child array in the upper levels. Anyone who obtained the life spring water from the demon child array would leave. However, it had been found by someone else. This time, she was extremely shocked. However, she was the soul of a high-level holy emperor, and this was the majority of her soul power that she had left behind. It was not inferior to the main soul of a mid-level holy emperor. In fact, it was a level higher. It would not be a problem for her to fight or escape. The key was that she was afraid that if the mother formation was destroyed, the mother's fetus would also be destroyed. Everything she had hoped for would be over, and she would become a lonely ghost. When Ling Xiao entered the mother's fetus in his soul form, the Ghost matriarch became complacent. The other party was arrogant and came here with the soul of a saint. Even if it was the full power of the main soul, it was nothing to her. Little bastard, you actually found this place. I really don't know what skill you used, but you should not have come here. I will swallow your soul now and let you know the consequences of killing this holy emperor. The Ghost matriarch temporarily stopped devouring and refining the mother's fetus and rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was not suitable to fight in the mother's fetus. Therefore, the Ghost matriarch only planned to use the strength of her soul power to suppress Ling Xiao and swallow Ling Xiao's soul. Old witch, your body has already been destroyed. What's the use of keeping a remnant soul? You might as well die. Ling Xiao bluntly scolded. The Ghost matriarch shouted, You have a sharp tongue. I think you don't know how to write the word death. After saying that, she arrived at Ling Xiao's side and used a simple binding technique to trap Ling Xiao's soul. Then, she used her soul power to devour Ling Xiao. With his soul power in close combat, Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of anyone. Even if it was the Ghost matriarch who had reached the Holy Emperor realm. After all, Ling Xiao's soul power had already reached the Holy Emperor realm. Moreover, it had been cleansed in the endless sea of thunder, allowing him to fully display the strongest side of his soul power. Just for safety's sake, Ling Xiao did not dare to immediately display his battle strength. He was afraid that the Ghost matriarch would break the net and destroy the mother's fetus. That would be troublesome. Therefore, from the beginning, Ling Xiao showed weakness to the enemy. He was barely able to resist the Ghost matriarch's soul power devouring, but he looked rather miserable. After a while, the Ghost matriarch became more and more complacent. As long as Ling Xiao's soul was destroyed, wouldn't that mystic emperor brat outside be easily killed by her? The more she thought about it, the more complacent she became. As long as the two of them were left behind, her plan could still be carried out smoothly. Damn it! This old witch's soul is actually this strong. This consort doesn't want to play with you anymore. I'm going to destroy everything here, shouted Ling Xiao, acting like a cornered dog jumping over a wall. The Ghost matriarch's expression changed greatly. She immediately shouted, Little bastard, if you dare to do this, this holy emperor will swallow you alive. The Ghost matriarch increased her attacks. Her soul power continuously wrapped around Ling Xiao's soul power. She wanted to devour Ling Xiao's soul power with all her might. Ling Xiao struggled with all his might. Finally, he barely escaped from her evil clutches. Old witch, just you wait to become a lonely ghost. Ling Xiao escaped from the mother's fetus and shouted angrily. Little bastards, stay here for me. The Ghost matriarch naturally didn't want Ling Xiao to destroy the mother formation. If that happened, everything would be over for her. She couldn't care so much. She immediately rushed out of the mother's fetus and chased after Ling Xiao. She wanted to completely keep his soul. Ling Xiao seemed to be in a hurry to escape. The Yin ghost matriarch was even more anxious. She definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao return to his true body. Who knew that just as she was about to approach Ling Xiao's soul suddenly stopped. "Little bastard, go to hell!" The Yin ghost matriarch shouted. Her soul power surged and blasted towards Ling Xiao. She couldn't make any big movements in the mother's fetus. Now that she was outside, she had less scruples. "Hey, you old witch should die first." Ling Xiao turned around and sneered. His soul power instantly surged. Ling Xiao's soul power was comparable to the Holy Emperor's. His battle power was definitely not weaker than the Holy Emperor's true body. Naturally, the Yin ghost matriarch was very confident in dealing with her soul power. Ling Xiao turned around and unleashed a storm of attacks. He was sure that he could kill her in the shortest time possible. He also didn't want to affect the mother's energy. The Yin ghost matriarch was stunned. Just now, she was clearly suppressing her opponent. She didn't expect that her opponent's soul power was stronger than hers. It really caught her off guard. After a series of attacks, the Yin ghost matriarch's soul power scattered a lot. She looked weaker and weaker. Only then did she realize that her opponent was luring the tiger away from the mountain. He was also thinking of attacking the mother's fetus. Chapter 1035. "Damn it, I won't let you have your way." The Yin ghost mother screamed as she tried to break free from Ling Xiao's soul and enter the mother's womb. She was thinking that if she couldn't obtain the mother's power, then she would just break up. This was better than Ping Yi, this little bastard. However, Ling Xiao had already lured her up, so how could he let her go back so easily? Ling Xiao's soul power surged again, and at the same time, his soul was divided into 12 streams, which surrounded the Yin ghost mother from all directions, beating her soul power until it collapsed. Ling Xiao's soul power was not ordinary, and he had also cultivated a high-level Xian skill, which was the limitless doppelganger technique. The Yin ghost mother kept on defending, but she found that she couldn't hold on anymore. The opponent's soul power was too terrifying. "Old witch, this queen will send you to hell right now." Ling Xiao sneered as the 12 doppelganger souls all came close and devoured her soul power. The Yin ghost mother resisted for a while, but eventually felt that she couldn't hold on anymore, so she could only beg for mercy. Please spare me. I am willing to follow young master. Everything here belongs to you. Please spare my life." The Yin ghost mother still wanted to live and didn't want to die like this, so she had no choice but to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was not a kind and merciful person, especially towards this kind of old witch. He definitely wouldn't let her stay by his side and cause trouble. "Want me to let you go? In your next life." Ling Xiao screamed as a powerful devouring power burst out. The 12 soul power directly tore the Yin ghost mother's soul into 12 pieces and devoured it alive. "Little bastard, I curse you to die a horrible death." The Yin ghost mother let out a final cry and disappeared from the mother formation. Ling Xiao devoured her soul and didn't care about the curse at all. He had always believed in the strong belief of, "My fate is in my own hands, not in the hands of the heavens." So how could he be scared by a mere curse? Ling Xiao's soul power returned to his body and quickly refined the Yin ghost mother's soul power, increasing his soul power and filling up his soul fluid. "Alright, fraud, what do you think we should do with this mother fetus?" Ling Xiao asked after a light breath. "Of course I absorbed it. Could it be that Palace Master has other uses for it?" Xianxia asked in confusion. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Fraud, in the eyes of outsiders, you and I may be different, but I've always seen you as a brother. As the saying goes, brothers should share weal and woe together. This place was discovered by both of us. How could I keep it all to myself?" Xianxia understood what Ling Xiao meant. Ling Xiao wanted to share the mother fetus energy with him. However, there was only one mother fetus, so there was still room for discussion. Xianxia sighed. "You can absorb the mother fetus yourself. Xianxia will remember Palace Master's good intentions." He paused for a moment before continuing. "The reason why I was willing to follow Palace Master was because I knew that Palace Master was the Holy Emperor that I had to support for my entire life. Only Palace Master can continue to grow stronger, and I, Xianxia, will naturally be indebted to Palace Master. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to reach my current strength with my own strength, let alone go to the Heaven Domain with Palace Master. In fact, Palace Master has given me a lot of kindness over the years. I will never touch the mother fetus energy." Xianxia sincerely hopes that Palace Master can grow faster, so that I can follow Palace Master to a meteoric rise. Xianxia's words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't that he wasn't tempted by the mother fetus. After all, it was something that belonged to a divine object. Once he had it, his future would be limitless. However, he also knew that he wasn't fated to be a master. He could only forever be an assistant. Only then would he be able to go further. Ling Xiao was now a saint and a saint alchemist. Once he obtained the mother fetus energy, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. In the future, he wouldn't just be a holy emperor. He would definitely be able to step into the god domain and become a true god. With Ling Xiao's personality, once he became a divine king, would he mistreat the people around him? This was obviously impossible. As long as Xianxia followed him, Xianxia would always be treated well by him. In the future, becoming a saint would definitely not be a problem. As for whether or not he would become a god, there was no need to think too far into the future. Ling Xiao didn't think that his modesty would cause Xianxia to say such words. In his heart, he valued Xianxia even more. Everyone was greedy and wanted to pursue the pinnacle of power. And this divine object in front of him was something that even the holy emperor would covet. Even brothers would become enemies because of it. Xianxia's direct confession made Ling Xiao feel that he was a bit petty. Since you're so open-minded, then I won't be delicate anymore. I, Ling Xiao, swear that as long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, I will never mistreat my brother Xianxiao. If I violate this rule, then let me be gang-raped by thousands of ugly women. Ling Xiao swore very seriously. Xianxiao smiled bitterly. Palace Lord, why do you have to do this? Ling Xiao said, this is a must. If I can become a god, I will definitely let you become one as well. This was an agreement and a serious promise for Ling Xiao. He knew that he wasn't a good person. In the face of this fetus, he naturally wanted to monopolize it. However, he had his own principles. Naturally, he had to take care of his brother's feelings first. Xianxiao's decision helped him, and in fact, it was also helping himself. Just as Ling Xiao was about to absorb the power of the fetus, Xianxiao said, Palace Lord, breaking the 10,000 despair ominous formation has caused quite a commotion. I'm afraid that this place is no longer a secret. We must take some precautions. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, let's go. I have a way to make it so that no one can find this place in a short period of time. Ling Xiao and Xianxiao went out together and summoned Euro Fei and Sha Tian. However, from what the two of them said, there were indeed people who came here just now. However, some were trapped by the illusions set up by Ling Xiao, and some were intimidated by the two of them and didn't dare to act recklessly for a while. However, as time passed, it was likely that more people would come. At that time, everything here would no longer be a secret. If there was a divine object here, it might even cause a bloody storm. Ling Xiao's method was very simple. He only added a few more layers of illusions to the entrance of the passageway. Now that his illusions had reached the intermediate level, even the Holy Emperor would find it difficult to break them in a short period of time. Without a special illusion-breaking potion or eye technique, it would be impossible to see through his illusions. After the illusions, he had Xianxiao set up a few large formations to prevent others from breaking the illusions and disturbing them. After doing all this, Ling Xiao had Euro Fei, Sha Tian and Xianxiao protect him. The mother formation was not destroyed, and energy was still being transmitted from the various spaces. The mother fetus energy was not absorbed much by the Yin ghost mother. There were two ways for Ling Xiao to refine all of its energy. One was to break the mother fetus and devour it completely. This was the fastest way, but it also consumed the most energy. With Ling Xiao's current strength, directly devouring the mother fetus would cause him to explode or waste most of the energy. It was impossible for him to reach the God King realm. Unless Ling Xiao was at the peak of the Holy Emperor's strength, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the mother fetus. The second way was to use his soul energy to slowly refine it. This way, his soul would reach the God Soul realm, and it would not be a problem for him to reach the God realm in the future. The first method might allow Ling Xiao's strength to skyrocket, but there was a great risk involved. The second method would solve the problem once and for all, but it would take a long time. After some hesitation, Ling Xiao decided to use his soul to refine the mother fetus. As long as his soul reached the God Soul realm, he would be able to rebuild his body at any time as long as his soul didn't perish. Moreover, as long as his soul reached the God realm, it would be much easier for him to improve his strength. This way, he would not encounter any bottlenecks before he reached the God realm. It was a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Ling Xiao's soul left his body and entered the mother fetus again. The mother fetus emitted a strong, pure, and boundless life energy, which made Ling Xiao feel extremely comfortable. He calmed his mind and started to absorb the energy from the mother fetus to strengthen his soul energy. Ling Xiao's soul was different from that of the mother ghost. He had the soul-controlling art, which included the cultivation, nurturing, and refining of the soul. His absorption speed was many times faster than that of the mother ghost. As the balls of life energy entered Ling Xiao's soul, a wonderful feeling arose involuntarily. His soul became more and more solid, and gradually became like a real figure, making it difficult for people to determine whether it was a soul or a body. Ling Xiao only felt a qualitative leap in his soul. His soul seemed to have been strengthened and sublimated, causing him to be intoxicated and unable to extricate himself. Palace Master's soul force is growing so fast. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh from outside. Husband, are you sure you can break through to the God realm this time? Euro Fei asked Xianxia with some doubt. Xianxia sighed. That's hard to say, but with Palace Master's talent, I don't think there will be any problems. Although the mother fetus was a legendary divine object, there was no way to verify its effects. However, the demon child's heart had indeed allowed Luo Meiying to directly increase her cultivation to the peak of the Sky Sovereign stage. Presumably, the power of the mother fetus was definitely on top of the demon child's heart. If husband can reach the God realm, then it will be much easier for us to go to the heaven realm. Euro Fei said. As she understood Ling Xiao more and more, she couldn't help but be amazed by Ling Xiao's battle prowess. With his strength, he could actually fight 2 levels above him, and with all kinds of trump cards it was impossible to guard against. If Ling Xiao's strength increased again, then going to the heaven realm would be much more stable. And don't worry. Palace Master's luck is like the heavens, and Ten Bin is even more incomparable to ordinary people. He will definitely benefit a lot this time, Xianxia replied. Chapter 1036. Ling Xiao's soul entered his mother's womb and wholeheartedly cultivated, temporarily forgetting everything that he needed to do. Euro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xianxia also took the opportunity to cultivate. Every bit of strength they had was an extra bit of protection. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. The time for the heavenly domain to open had arrived again. Ling Xiao and the rest were unable to make it to the heaven-connecting formation this time. There were many people coming and going from the Drake sect, but many of them encountered illusions and were led to him. Many of them were trapped in illusions and temporarily unable to escape. However, illusions were only illusions after all. They did not exist in reality. There would always be some cultivators with firm minds or with eye techniques who discovered the abnormalities here. However, when they were about to enter the secret room, what awaited them was a terrifying killing formation. For a moment, those who discovered the secret passage did not dare to act rashly. At the same time, they guessed that there might be a shocking treasure behind the killing formation. Of course, these people were just people who came to try their luck. One of them had the strength of a peak saint. He had eye techniques and could coincidentally see through the illusions here. The others were just companions who had followed him here. 2 of them were too impatient. After entering the secret passage, they recklessly rushed inside, but in the end, they were killed by the killing formation without leaving a corpse behind. The peak saint and the rest did not dare to act rashly, so they planned to invite some capable people to break the formation. This peak saint's name was Yu Peng, and he was a somewhat famous rogue cultivator. He didn't dare to seek the help of the big forces in a big way. He just found a few helpers who were similar to him in the rogue cultivator world and invited 2 array rune masters over, intending to break the array together. A total of 15 people, led by Yu Peng, once again arrived at the entrance of the secret passage. The 2 formation masters used various methods to probe the killing formation, and one of them revealed an astonished expression. This is a light shield killing formation, and it's already a tier 8 formation. The killing formation is hidden in the surrounding rock walls, and even a saint will be killed if they fall into the formation. I really don't understand how an evil sect like the ghastly Drake sect could actually set up such a light attribute formation. Perhaps these light attribute beast cores are useless against them. The other formation master said, "That's right, the shield light killing formation has an unexpected and fatal method, but it's not difficult to break this formation. We just need to spend some effort. And Yupeng said happily, then I'll have to trouble the two of you. We'll stand guard outside. The two formation masters began to use their methods to break the shield light killing formation. Unfortunately, just as they were about to break through the shield light killing formation, they seemed to have touched some kind of restriction. Immediately after, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The two formation grandmasters were blasted out of the secret passageway. One of them had an arm blown off, and the other was covered in scars. Both of them were in a sorry and miserable state. And Yupeng and the others hurriedly rushed over. And Yupeng asked, Masters, what is this? There's a formation within a formation. The person who set up the formation should be extremely treacherous. One of the formation masters said angrily. The other formation master with a broken arm cried, My hand! This is a series of formations, it's really impossible to break. You guys should find someone else. After saying that, he took out a pill and swallowed it, then staggered out of the place. The other formation master also sighed. The person who set up the formation is a genius, to be able to link the killing formation and the formation runes before the killing formation together, making it impossible to guard against. I am also helpless. Brethren, I advise you to be cautious, although the treasure is good, but if you lose your life, what's the use? After saying that, he also left. And Yupeng was extremely unwilling. He had been stuck at the peak of the Saint Realm for many years, and had always wanted to find an opportunity to break through to the Holy Emperor realm. Now that there might be an opportunity for him to advance in this secret passage, he really didn't want to give up just like that. After Yupeng and the others discussed for a while, they decided to forcefully destroy the formation here. However, their group did not manage to break the formation, but lost more than half of their men. In the end, they had no choice but to leave, while Yupeng found another helper. This time, his friends were from a force, and two of them were low-level Holy Emperor experts. Hongguang Holy Emperor, Hongliang Holy Emperor, this is the secret passage that I discovered a few days ago, but there is a killing array here, please be careful. As for what holy room is inside, I, and Yupeng, will only take a third of it. What do you two Holy Emperor think? And Yupeng said very respectfully. Hongguang faintly said, This killing array is probably extraordinary. It will take a lot of effort for the two of us to break it. It's impossible for you to take a third of it. Hongliang chuckled and said, Big brother, don't be so direct. There must be brother and who knows about the existence of this secret passage. After we break the formation, let's see what treasures are inside. At that time, brother and can just take one of them. Hearing the words of the two, and Yoping's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He knew that if he found these people who were stronger than him, he wouldn't even be able to get a single hair out of them. He thought to himself, this formation isn't that easy to break. Once they break the formation and are seriously injured, I'll take their lives from the side. Everything inside will be mine. However, his wish came to nothing. Dozens of puppets flew out from Hongguang's spatial ring. These puppets, which had all reached the Saint Realm, were not afraid of any killing array at all. They directly entered the secret passage and began to destroy the formation. These formations destroyed them, but before they were completely destroyed, they destroyed some of the formation cores of the formation. When Hong Liang summoned the second wave of puppets, the formation in front of him was basically destroyed along with these puppets. Following that, the two Holy Emperor led the way. The two formations behind them were directly destroyed by them, allowing them to prepare to enter the secret passage. Haha, all the treasures inside will be ours. Hong Liang laughed loudly. His voice echoed in the secret passage, and he seemed especially excited. I think there must be a lot of spring of life liquid here. I can already feel the surging essence of life. Hong Guang said excitedly. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sword light shot out from the secret passage. The sword light was too fast, like a meteor streaking across the sky. It disappeared in a flash, making it impossible for anyone to react. Hong Liang only felt a chill on his neck. A bloody hole had already appeared on his throat. Hong Guang's hair stood on end. He didn't even think about attacking that person. However, the other party was many times faster than him. The sword light swept across once again, and a long sword mark slashed across his chest. In an instant, his body was cut in half, and blood flowed non-stop. This sudden turn of events happened too quickly. and Yupeng felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. That feeling was truly terrifying. There are still people from the ghastly puppet sect alive. That was the only thought in his mind. Then, he ignored the others and instantly fled outside. He no longer had any extravagant hopes of obtaining any treasures. He would be happy as long as he could keep his life. Unfortunately, that person did not intend to let him go. The other party's speed was many times faster than his. In just a blink of an eye, he was cut in half by the sword light. A large pool of blood blossomed in the air, appearing abnormally demonic. The others were scared out of their wits and fled as fast as they could. However, Sha Tian would never let anyone escape. They all became souls under his sword. Sha Tian returned to the secret passage again. Xianxia had no choice but to set up the formation again. He sighed and said, "My strength is still limited. I can only stop a saint, but not the Holy Emperor. I hope Palace Lord can quickly refine the fetus and leave this place. Otherwise, something will happen sooner or later." Under the secret passage, Ling Zhao's physical body sat cross-legged at the side with his eyes closed. There was no trace of emotion on his face. His soul had already been completely immersed in the fetus of the Ghost Mother formation below. In the past half a year, he had absorbed a large amount of power from the fetus with the soul-controlling spell, increasing his soul power by countless times. His soul power looked no different from a real person, but his skin looked especially crystal clear, as if it was made by nature, making people feel that he was a bit bewitching. Ling Xiao was completely unaware of the changes in himself. He only knew that he was absorbing the power here to his heart's content. His absorption speed was extremely fast. However, the fetus's power seemed to be continuously transmitted to him, making him feel as if he was bathing in a celestial pool. It was indescribably wonderful and intoxicating. In the blink of an eye, another 4 months had passed. The power of the fetus was almost completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Zhao's soul had unknowingly undergone a change. His originally condensed soul gradually showed signs of collapse. It was as if it had been shattered by a terrible power. It gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely think that Ling Zhao's soul had been extinguished. However, as Ling Zhao's soul dissipated, the fetus that was about to dry up also changed. It began to shrink from the original red placenta and gradually condensed into a baby inside. This baby actually grew gradually. In just a few days, it became a 5 or 6-year-old child. After half a month, it actually turned into a young appearance of Ling Xiao. However, he was now shrinking in the fetus. The power of the fetus was already very weak. It was only maintained by the life essence that was transmitted from the Ghost Mother formation. At this time, Ling Zhao's soul was no longer a simple soul. It was like a living body with flesh and blood. This was definitely a process of transformation. This was the important moment when Ling Zhao's soul became a divine soul. Bang! In the fetus, Ling Xiao opened his dragon eyes slightly. His soul gently stretched, and the power of the fetus that wrapped around him instantly burst. The many rays of life essence provided by the Ghost Mother formation became disordered. It seemed as if it would be destroyed and dissipated at any time. "The 3 of you put down all your defenses. Don't resist anything I do." Ling Zhao's voice echoed in the secret room. Then, he did something that would benefit the 3 of them for the rest of their lives. Chapter 1037. The remaining power of the mother fetus was forcibly dispersed by Ling Zhao's spiritual power, but it was still inside the mother ghost array. The disordered light beams of life essence lost their target, and were about to vanish in an instant. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Euro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xianxia all turned to look at him. At the same time, when they heard Ling Zhao's words, they completely relaxed their soul senses and no longer put up any guard. This time, it was all because they had complete trust in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao spread his arms and cried out again. He formed a circle with his hands and quickly absorbed all the energy in the mother ghost formation. Whether it was the scattered energy of the mother fetus or the life essence transmitted by the mother ghost formation, they were all instantly absorbed by him with a terrifying force. An incomparably vast and majestic force condensed between his palms. Waves of dense life origin energy were continuously compressed and solidified by him. This force was even greater than the demon child's heart. It was at least 1/10 of the mother fetus's power. "Go!" Ling Xiao divided this force into three and sent them towards Euro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xianxia respectively. Quickly absorb and refine them. Ling Xiao's voice rang out again. The three of them did not dare to hesitate. They immediately opened their mouths and swallowed the force in front of them. After doing all this, Ling Xiao's spirit instantly merged with his real body. Suddenly, all the spiritual fluid, spiritual boundaries, and world energy in his sea of consciousness entered his spirit and fused with it. The two were no longer separated. The three special characteristics in his sea of consciousness immediately surrounded his spirit and emitted a dazzling light. They seemed to be resonating, and also seemed to be absorbing the various kinds of origin energy transmitted by his spirit. At the same time, the bridge between his spirit and his real body was immediately connected. Vast waves of energy were transmitted from his sea of consciousness to his dantian, rapidly strengthening his dantian. Ling Xiao's power, which had already reached the great circle of the mid-level saint, could no longer be suppressed. It instantly erupted like a flood that had broken a dam. Ling Xiao's power also soared like a rocket at this moment. From the mid-level saint to the high-level saint, it was followed by the beginner level, the mid-level, and finally the consummate level. Moreover, this momentum was still unstoppable and showed no signs of stopping. Bang! The flood was like a ferocious beast. Any obstacles in front of it were directly destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had actually reached low-level Saint King. However, his presence continued to climb, as if it did not show any signs of stopping. In the end, he roared non-stop as he advanced from the initial stage to the consummate stage. At this point, his aura slightly stagnated. However, he only paused for a moment before breaking through again. His strength reached the great circle of the mid-level Holy Emperor before stopping. Saint King was the final realm of cultivation before becoming a god. Those who could reach Saint King would have their flesh, meridians, organs, and bones all strengthened completely, allowing them to possess even greater power. They could store even more energy, and all the hidden injuries and old injuries would be cleansed by the vast exuberant life force, to the point where they would no longer exist. Although ordinary people could strengthen their bodies when they broke through to the great circle of the Holy Emperor realm, they would not be able to get rid of the hidden injuries and old injuries. However, Ling Xiao could do it. Because the feedback was the power of his spirit, his physical body would become more perfect. In the future, he would be able to get rid of any impurities and achieve an indestructible divine body. Although Ling Xiao was prepared for an unexpected gain after his spirit returned, he did not expect this power to allow him to reach the great circle of the mid-level Holy Emperor realm in one go. This really caught him off guard, but he was overjoyed. In just a year, he had obtained the cultivation that others had cultivated for 1,000 years or even several thousand years. This joy was something that everyone dreamed of, and Ling Xiao was no exception. Even if Ling Xiao used the three strange creatures to focus on cultivation, he would not be able to achieve such strength at such a young age. He felt as if his body was separated from the world, and he had the power to destroy mountains and rivers with his bare hands. An unprecedented sense of confidence surged in him. He felt that it would be difficult to find a worthy opponent in the fortress. Even if he went to the heaven realm, he would have the ability to protect himself. He would not need to rely on any external objects. He even felt as if he had become a god. Everything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers appeared clearly in his mind. He felt as if he had completely grasped the mysteries of the world, and the strands of origin energy contained in this world were all drawn over by him. As long as he needed it, he could absorb the origin energy into his body at any time to increase his strength. This was the most powerful effect of the spirit transforming into a real spirit. As long as his spirit was not destroyed, he would not die. It could be said that a god was an immortal existence. Although Ling Xiao's strength had not reached the divine state, he had already obtained some of the domain power of the divine state in advance. Apart from Ling Xiao's breakthrough, Euro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xianxia's strength had improved a lot at this moment. However, the power here was definitely not enough for the three of them to improve their strength at the same time. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Now that I'm here, you can all cultivate in peace." After saying that, he waved his hand and waves of spiritual energy surged in from the secret passage. There were also strands of origin power in it. This power completely filled the space, and the pure energy was like rain, making people feel extremely comfortable. The three of them who were absorbing the energy received the blessing of this energy. They all used their most powerful techniques to absorb it to their heart's content. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of terrifying energy fluctuations came from outside the secret passage. It seemed that someone was breaking the formation that Xianxia had set up. Ling Xiao already knew that there were many people outside. Among them were the 5 holy emperors, and the rest had reached the saint level. These people had come for the treasures below the secret passage. Great Master Ma, are you sure that the Drake Sect's Ghost Mother Demon Child formation is below? The middle stage Holy Emperor in the lead said to a low stage Holy Emperor. This middle stage Holy Emperor's name was Zhong, and he was a member of the faction closest to the Drake Sect. The one called Great Master Ma was a highly respected high-level formation master called Ma Hang. Ma Hang nodded and said seriously, I can't be wrong. I've studied formations for tens of thousands of years, and I'm proficient in all kinds of formations. The reason why the ghastly puppet sect has so much spring liquid of life to squander is definitely because of the Ghost Mother Demon formation that absorbs life essence. Furthermore, this secret passage was protected by illusions and killing formations, so my guess is even more correct. It's just that all the energy within 100,000 kilometers was suddenly sucked dry. How do you explain that? It can't be that the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation automatically absorbed the energy, right? Zhong frowned and paused for a moment before saying, could it be that there are still some old bastards in the Drake sect who haven't died yet, and their cultivation has increased by another level? Ma Hang also revealed an ugly expression. Brother Zhong, you might be right. Perhaps there are still remnants of the Drake sect here. If we break the formation, I'm afraid. Zhong didn't say anything, but another middle-stage Holy Emperor said, what are you afraid of? The Drake sect has already been destroyed. Even if there's a Holy Emperor here, with so many of us, are we afraid that we can't take him down? Moreover, they've been captured by us, so they'll definitely run as far as they can. Otherwise, if other people find out, only death awaits them. Zhong hesitated for a moment before saying, that's right. All of the Drake sect's forces have been killed. Even if there's a fish that escaped the net, it won't be able to scare us away so easily. Great Master Ma, go ahead and break the formation. Ma Hang didn't say anything else and prepared to break the other formations again. However, before he could do anything, a terrifying force burst forth from the secret passage. Rumble! Oh no, the formation has self-destructed. Retreat! Zhong reacted quickly, grabbing Ma Hang and rushing out. The other holy emperors also rushed out, while the saints were forced out. Many of them were injured, but not to the point of death. A figure rushed out from the secret passage with his hands behind his back, looking down at the group of people in front of him, and said faintly, you can leave. I have a friend who is in seclusion here. Do not disturb him. You're a remnant of the Drake sect, yet you still have the courage to speak here. I'll kill you first. A saint king with a relatively violent personality called out before attacking Ling Xiao. He didn't immediately fight with his life on the line. Instead, he only used 80% of his strength to test Ling Xiao's strength. The power of a palm strike had the power to destroy a dozen mountains, which was why the Holy Emperor was so terrifying. Ling Xiao seemed to be scared out of his wits, and he didn't move at all as the palm strike landed solidly on his body. Rumble! After the smoke screen exploded, the low-level Holy Emperor said disdainfully, what the hell? You can't even take a palm strike from me, the Holy Emperor, and you still dare to play tricks in front of us. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes instantly widened, and he looked in front of him with a look of horror. You're so weak. You're not even fit to tickle me. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, and he also launched a palm strike toward that person. The palm strike was like the wind, and it was so fast that no one could catch it. Rumble! With the same explosion, the low-level Holy Emperor was sent flying thousands of meters away like a kite with a broken string. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Everyone else watched this scene with their mouths agape. No one expected that a low-level Holy Emperor could not even take a single blow from this young man. One could imagine how strong this young man was. Zhong revealed an ugly expression as he stared at Ling Xiao, and said, who are you, sir? Who I am is not important. What's important is that you shouldn't have come here and disturbed my friend's secluded cultivation. If you leave now, I can pretend I didn't see anything. Otherwise, all of you can stay. Ling Xiao said coldly. Just as Zhong was about to speak again, Ma Hang quietly whispered something into Zhong Can's ear. Zhong Kan's expression became slightly complicated. If you want us to leave, we can. Give us half of the treasures you obtained here, and we'll leave, Zhong Kan said with a fierce expression. Chapter 1038. Ma Hang was sure that below the secret passage was the Ghost Mother Demon Child formation, and since Ling Xiao had come out from there, he was sure that he had obtained a lot of spring liquid of life, and it was even possible that he had obtained the demon child's heart. Therefore, he told Zhong Kan his thoughts. There was no way Zhong Kan would not be tempted. Hee, what if I say no? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then we won't hold back. Zhong Kan sneered. Then, he summoned his spiritual beasts. The dozens of people behind him instantly raised their auras and many 8th-rank spiritual beasts appeared one after another. In an instant, the domain shook slightly due to their auras. A murderous intent instantly filled the air. You think you can take me down with your rotten sweet potatoes and ugly eggs? You think too highly of your own abilities. Don't you know that the ghastly Drake sect was destroyed under my leadership? Ling Xiao looked at Zhong Kan and the others disdainfully. What a joke! Who doesn't know that the ghastly Drake sect was destroyed by the 100 Alliances clan and the Myriad Sword sect? Who do you think you are? How dare you flatter yourself? Zhong Kan said disdainfully. Then he added, if you know what's good for you, hand over everything you've obtained from the secret chamber. Perhaps I'll spare your life. Otherwise, this day next year will be the day you die. All right, since you're so capable, come at me. Ling Xiao chuckled. His figure flashed and he flew directly towards Zhong Kan. Zhong Kan knew that Ling Xiao's abilities were not inferior to his. He did not want to take the risk and immediately said to the people beside him, let's join forces and kill him. Hearing Zhong Kan's order, the others attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao's aura also exploded at this moment. A supreme golden dragon instantly soared into the sky and a domineering aura of a ruler swept out from his body. It was as if a level 10 storm was blowing around him, making everyone feel that he was terrifyingly powerful. Let's see which one of you dares. Ling Xiao shouted coldly, and the sound of a dragon's roar reverberated endlessly. Many of the saints felt their blood churning and their eardrums vibrating uncomfortably. That subduing aura made their hearts tremble. Many of them actually collapsed and knelt on the ground. Those who were still holding on also began to tremble. Apart from the 2 9th-rank saint beasts, the rest of the spirit beasts were all prostrating on the ground and crying out. It seemed like they were worshipping and begging for mercy. Pretending to be mysterious. Go to hell. Zhong Kan was also shocked by Ling Xiao's aura. It was as if the kid in front of him was a real god, and he had the urge to worship him. However, the other party was only an intermediate holy emperor. How could he make him feel like this? He was sure that the other party might have some kind of secret technique. As he shouted, the spear in his hand danced and crossed a distance of 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Ling Xiao. This courageous and domineering move was enough to put opponents of the same level in a difficult position. Silver spear powder and wax. How dare you show off in front of me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. He had finally made his move. A fist that was as bright as the sun instantly burst forth, and an unparalleled power surged and churned violently. Zhong Kan could clearly feel the power of Ling Xiao's punch, but he realized that Ling Xiao was actually meeting his silver spear with his bare hands. He was secretly delighted. It was as if he could see Ling Xiao being stabbed by his spear. Clang! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, there was a crisp and ear-piercing sound of collision. Zhong Kan's high-rank saint artifact had actually been directly broken by Ling Xiao's fist, and the force of the fist continued courageously towards his chest. Zhong Kan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately retreated with all his might. At the same time he shouted, "Hurry up and help me!" As his voice fell, the other holy emperor simultaneously exploded with power and attacked Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, they were still half a step too late. By the time they attacked, Ling Xiao's fist had already sunk into Zhong Kan's chest. A terrifying force directly penetrated his body, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Zhong Kan stared at Ling Xiao with his eyes wide open. He had not expected that with his strength, his body would explode in just one move. However, he was indeed worthy of being a holy emperor. In this desperate situation, he still exploded with his strongest power. He attacked with both palms at the same time, slapping towards Ling Xiao's head. This could be considered a counterattack at the moment of death. However, how could Ling Xiao let him succeed? His legs of Aeolus flipped, and the raindrop-like leg shadows kicked Zhong Can towards the other holy emperor. Ma Hang went up to catch Zhong Can and called out, "Brother Zhong!" However, the moment he caught Zhong Can, a terrifying force was transmitted from Zhong Can's body. Ma Hang was not able to catch Zhong Can firmly. Instead, he was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The other holy emperor's powerful attacks all blasted towards Ling Xiao. The remaining holy beast also attacked at the same time. All sorts of powerful spatial forces shook the world, and the sound waves from the battle were extremely shocking. If he had been dealing with the Ling Xiao from a year ago, these forces would have been enough to blast him into pieces. However, after a year, Ling Xiao's strength was many times stronger than before. Regardless of whether it was his strength, speed or defense, they had all been raised to a terrifying level. Before their joint attack arrived, Ling Xiao had already changed his position and appeared behind one of the holy emperor. The holy emperor did not even have time to react before his head was smashed into a bloody paste. The other holy emperors were also the same. They did not even have the strength to resist before they were all killed by Ling Xiao. The other saints were scared out of their wits, and they summoned their spirit beasts to scram as far away as they could. Ling Xiao originally wanted to kill them all, but after thinking about it, he decided not to kill too many people. After all, he was not a demon king who killed people like flies. After Ling Xiao sent these people away, he collected their space rings, and the remnant soul power that had not dissipated was all absorbed by him in a few breaths. His knowledge sea had already formed a divine soul, and his current state was much stronger than his physical body. It was a piece of cake for him to absorb the remnant soul power. After Ling Xiao finished doing all this, he set up a few illusions in the surroundings. The illusions he set up this time were of a much higher level than before, and it was definitely not something an ordinary person could easily see through. Afterwards, he drew in all the power between heaven and earth and stuffed it all into the secret passage, helping the three of them gain more in a short period of time. About 10 days later, Euro Fei and Sha Tian came out of the secret passage at the same time. The strength of the two of them went from the initial early-level mid-level Holy Emperor to the peak mid-level Holy Emperor. Although they had not broken through to the high-level Holy Emperor, they had still made rapid progress. It had to be known that with their cultivation speed, it would be impossible to achieve this in a short period of time. "Thank you for your help, husband." Euro Fei could not suppress the joy in her heart, and actually made a salute to Ling Xiao. Her delicate, flower-like face was filled with a happy smile. "You are my woman, there is no need to be so angry." Ling Xiao smiled lightly, took her hand and said, "Ro Fei, my strength is no less than yours now. I think you won't lose too much face in front of others in the future." Back in the Sand region, Ling Xiao had wanted to completely conquer Euro Fei. Later, in the space barrier leading to the Heavenly Domain Fortress, he did capture Euro Fei's body and mind, but his combat strength was still below Euro Fei's. He did not like this feeling, especially when he had to ask his woman to rescue him when he was in danger. It really made him feel ashamed. Now that his strength had soared, he finally found a state of balance in front of Euro Fei. At this time, Sha Tian had been taken into the medicine cauldron by Ling Xiao. Euro Fei was very intimate with Ling Xiao, and her delicate lips kissed Ling Xiao. Then she pulled away from him and said, "No matter what my husband does, you will never lose my face." Ling Xiao licked his lips, gently hugged Euro Fei's slender waist, and his other hand fell on her plump buttocks, kneading and caressing. "When the huckster comes out, we will find Master's wife and go to the heavenly domain to find my master and your adoptive father." Euro Fei's mind was a little rippling because of Ling Xiao, and the desire that had been suppressed for a long time became a little high. Her mouth softly said, "I will listen to everything you say, but can you pamper this concubine first?" Euro Fei's face was intoxicated by the beauty, and her voice was even more tempting, making Ling Xiao's beast blood boil. Ling Xiao looked at the beauty in his arms and responded to her needs very bluntly. He held the stunningly beautiful woman by the waist and casually opened a big hole in a mountain peak that had been mostly erased. The two of them could not wait to make love to each other in the cave residence. That wonderful feeling made the two of them reach the realm of immortals, and the sound of their cries lingered endlessly, leaving people with an endless aftertaste. About half a month later, there was a lot of movement under the secret passage, and a lot of spiritual energy kept surging in. Ling Xiao knew that this time, Xianxia would certainly have a lot of benefits. Once again, He guided a lot of energy over and forcefully injected it into the secret passage. 2 days later, a strong aura spread out from underground. Then, a figure rushed out of the secret passage, and a haughty laughter rang out. Haha, this military advisor has also reached the strength of a saint. Who else could this person be but Xianxia? He had obtained the life force source energy that Ling Xiao provided, and his strength directly rose from the middle stage mystic emperor to the peak of the low stage saint. This speed was like sitting on a rocket, and even he himself was shocked. He also understood that the decision he had made before was very wise and correct. A smile also appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He had divided the ghost matriarch array and the remaining energy in the fetus into 3, and the portion of energy that was transferred to Xianxia was slightly more than that of Eurofei and Shatian, which allowed Xianxia to directly reach the saint level. He had not mistreated his brother. Chapter 1039. Xianxia successfully broke through to the saint realm and could be considered to have reached a higher level in the stronghold. Moreover, he was still young. In the future, if he followed by Ling Xiao's side, he would definitely rise to the next level. He had always been glad that he chose to follow Ling Xiao back then. Otherwise, he would not have been able to achieve his current accomplishments so quickly based on his own cultivation. Everything in the ghastly Drake sect was no longer of any value. Ling Xiao put Xianxia and Eurofei into the medicine cauldron so that they could consolidate their cultivation. He still needed to make a trip to Yiclan City to finish the unfinished business from a year ago. Yi Chengrong thought that Ling Xiao would leave with the Myriad Sword sect. He originally promised to refine pills for the wandering cultivators and mercenaries who came to help, but he was unable to do so in the end. This made him very disappointed, and he felt that Ling Xiao was a little untrustworthy. However, the ghastly Drake sect was still annihilated. This was still something to be happy about. When Ling Xiao appeared in front of Yi Chengrong again, he realized that he was a little petty. Ling Xiao did not stay in Yiclan City for too long. After refining the pills that the wandering cultivators needed, he said his goodbyes and prepared to leave for the Myriad Sword sect. Yi Chengrong urged him to stay again and again, but Ling Xiao was determined to leave, so he could not make him stay. In order to maintain a good relationship with Ling Xiao, Yi Chengrong gave many good things to Ling Xiao, but most of them were 8th-grade spirit herbs and beast pills. Ling Xiao naturally would not appreciate Yi Chengrong's kindness. After leaving Yiclan City, Ling Xiao headed straight for the territory of the #1 faction in the stronghold, the Myriad Sword sect. Within the territory of the Myriad Sword sect, many cultivators walked around with swords on their backs. Seeing their cool and awe-inspiring looks, Ling Xiao could not help but want to chase after the wind and carry a sword on his back. Fortunately, he was not that bored yet. Sword City, a city directly under the Wanjian sect. In the center of the city, there was a giant sword that was almost 1,000 meters tall piercing through the sky. It looked incomparably majestic, showing the vast power of the Wanjian sect. Ling Xiao was standing not too far away from the giant sword, but he could still feel a sharp aura rushing towards him. It was as if the giant sword was slashing down from the sky. The power that could split the heavens and split the earth made people feel that it was boundless. This was the existence of a true sword momentum. If those with lower strength didn't shift their gazes, they would definitely be injured by the pressure of this aura. However, Ling Xiao treated it as if it was nothing. It posed no threat to him. However, he felt a little emotional. The 10,000 Sword Sect's name is indeed true to its name. I'm afraid that even a saint wouldn't be able to easily withstand this sword attack. Ling Xiao arrived at the City Lord Manor of Sword City and walked towards the entrance. Please wait. This is the City Lord Manor's restricted area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. 2 celestial venerables who were guarding the door stopped in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, I'm here to look for City Lord Yi. Please inform him that Ling Xiao is here to visit. The 2 celestial venerables' expressions changed slightly. One of them immediately smiled and said, So it's Lord Ling Xiao. The City Lord has already instructed us to bring you in to see him as soon as you arrive. Please come in. Ling Xiao wasn't too surprised. It seemed that his uncle Master Yin Shui had already informed him of the matter. City Lord Ye's name was Yi Chuanhao. He was a mid-level saint and was only an outer holy elder of the Wanjian sect. The young man in front of him, Ling Xiao, was an esteemed guest that the Holy Emperor Yin Shui had personally ordered to receive. He naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Your Excellency Ling Xiao, I'll send someone to inform the young mistress. I believe she'll be here to meet you soon. Yi Chuanhao said respectfully. Although Ling Xiao looked young, he was able to be acquainted with their young mistress Yin Shui. He might even be the man that their young mistress had taken a liking to. His strength was naturally not weak. Yi Chuanhao didn't dare to be careless. Ling Xiao smiled and replied, "Thank you." Yi Chuanhao ordered people to prepare a sumptuous banquet to receive Ling Xiao. At the same time, he constantly tried to build a good relationship with Ling Xiao. He hoped that he could leave a good impression on Ling Xiao. Around dusk, Yin Shui and Feng Qingyuan appeared in the city lord manor. The two women were as graceful and beautiful as ever. "Xiao, where did you go? You actually came after a year. I thought you went to the heaven region alone." Feng Qingyuan couldn't help but complain before he even got close. Ling Xiao stood up and greeted, "Master's wife, martial uncle." Then he said, "This is a long story, I'll tell you in detail in the future." Then he said to Feng Qingyuan, "Master's wife, we should prepare to head to the heaven region soon." "Yes, I also have the same plan. Although the top experts in the heaven region are as common as the clouds, it doesn't mean that they will kill anyone they see." Feng Qingyuan replied lightly. "Ling Xiao, did you have some sort of fortuitous encounter? Why do I feel that your temperament is still different?" Without waiting for Ling Xiao to reply, Yin Shui asked with a surprised expression. She felt that the current Ling Xiao actually gave her a sense of oppression. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "There are indeed some small opportunities, not worth mentioning." From the strength of a middle-stage saint to the strength of a middle-stage holy emperor, if this was a small opportunity, who knew how many people would be angered to the point of vomiting blood and dying? The higher a martial artist went, the more difficult it would be for them to advance. After all, the accumulated strength and comprehension would be greater and greater. For someone like Ling Xiao, who had instantly soared by a few levels, even the most heaven-defying pill wouldn't have such an effect. Moreover, he had reached the immortal realm, and there was hope for him to become a god in the future. Such a great opportunity was the envy of many top masters, but Ling Xiao actually said that it was a small opportunity. It really made people feel that this guy was showing off after obtaining Ping Yi. Yin Shui wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, but seeing that Ling Xiao didn't want to say more, she didn't continue to pursue the matter. "Every year, our myriad sword sect will also send people to the heaven connecting formation. When the time comes, you guys will go with them. I believe that it won't be a problem for you to get into the top 100. Yin Shui said. Feng Qingyuan chimed in from the side. "That's right, Xiao. Your martial uncle's backing is strong enough. I believe that no one will dare to provoke us when the time comes." "Then I'll have to trouble martial uncle," Ling Xiao said. Following that, Yin Shui continued, "Although the name of our myriad sword sect can intimidate the weak, but when it comes to the heaven connecting formation, you guys still have to be careful. Those who want to go to the heaven realm are definitely extraordinary existences, and there are many people who can disregard everything for that spot. Now, I'll tell you guys about the situation of the heaven connecting formation first, then you guys can make a decision." Following that, Yin Shui explained the details of the heaven connecting formation according to what she knew. If one wanted to get into the top 100 of the heaven connecting formation, they would have to fight for it. Every year, there would be tens of thousands of people who wanted to squeeze into the heaven connecting formation and head to the heaven realm to try their luck. There must have been a rumor that someone went to the heaven realm with the strength of a saint, but later became a disciple of a superpower and advanced to the divine king. This kind of rumor could often arouse the imagination of those who wanted to meet the heavens. They were all like moths flying into a flame, disregarding life and death, hoping to ask for a heavenly opportunity to become an immortal god. Of course, there were also many old holy emperor who went there. Their lifespans were almost up, and if they couldn't break through, the only path left for them was death. Therefore they could only head to the heaven realm, hoping to find an opportunity to break through and obtain an immortal body. Through Yin Shui's various descriptions, Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan had a rough idea of the situation of heading to the heaven connecting formation. Thinking about it, if one wanted to occupy the top 100 spots, they would have to kill their way out and occupy a spot. If their strength was insufficient, they might die in battle before they could reach the heaven connecting formation. This was definitely a cruel and merciless heavenly road. Anyone who wanted to go there had to pay a sufficient price or have sufficient strength. Feng Qingyuan had heard Yin Shui mention it before, but hearing her say it again, he still felt a little uneasy. Although Ling Xiao had the divine cauldron to keep her, and Euro Fei and Sha Tian were two middle-stage holy emperors, it would not be a problem for them to get into the top 100, but the key was that they definitely could not meet those high-level holy emperors, otherwise, they would not be enough. However, when he thought about how Ling Xiao and Euro Fei both had semi-god weapons to rely on, and that there were people from the myriad sword sect going with them, he believed that everything would not be a problem. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan were arranged to temporarily stay in the city lord's residence. Right now, there were still a few months before the annual opening of the Heaven Connecting Formation, so he couldn't rush it even if he wanted to. All of these changes were out of Ling Xiao's expectations, but there were also some unexpected rewards that were worth it. His divine soul had already been formed, and he had reached a realm that no holy emperor could reach, and his strength had also reached the peak of the stronghold. He had a kind of impatience to go to the real heaven realm, and hoped that it would not disappoint him. After staying in the Sword City for a few months, Ling Xiao had also walked around the Sword City once, and had also obtained a lot of precious materials here. At the same time, he had also taken the time to prepare some pills in advance, in preparation for going to the heaven realm. The days passed quietly, and it was time to open the Heaven Connecting Formation. The people from the Myriad Sword sect were already prepared. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan received Yin Shui's care, and went with them to the Myriad Sword sect's Tongtian city, where the Tongtian Formation was located. There were actually 50 people from the Myriad Sword sect who were going to the Heaven realm, and 20 of them had reached the Holy Emperor realm, while the rest were at the Saint realm. Most of these people were old people who were unable to make a breakthrough, and a small portion of them were the pride of the Myriad Sword sect. They felt that staying in the stronghold would not allow them to go any higher or faster, so they were prepared to go to the Heaven realm. As the number one power in the stronghold, they had always been conceited, and when they looked at people, they had a feeling that they were above their heads. Among them, there were a few who were unhappy with the two of them who had suddenly joined them. They thought that the two of them would become a burden in their group, but they did not dare to show it in front of Yin Shui. However, after Yin Shui sent them off, when they arrived at Tongtian City, these people could not wait to chase Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan out of their group. I don't care what relationship you have with junior sister Yin Shui. We don't have the time to take care of you two idlers. If you know what's good for you, then leave. A horse-faced middle-aged woman glared at Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan and said. Chapter 1040. This horse-faced middle-aged woman was a low-level holy emperor called Lu Tsueyun. She could be considered a genius of the older generation in the Myriad Sword sect, and her ambition was not small. After many years of preparation, she planned to roam the heaven region. However, she was not a petty person, and she always disliked women who were prettier than her. It could be said that she was jealous. Yin Shui had asked them to take care of Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan, which made the people from the Myriad Sword sect feel that Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan's strength was not that great. In reality, this was also the case. Ling Xiao had restrained his inner qi, so ordinary people would not be able to sense the depth of his strength. However, his overly young appearance would always make people feel that he was just a young man with a little bit of talent, and probably did not have much strength. On the other hand, Feng Qingyuan had the strength of a high-level saint, so it was easy to sense him. It was because Lu Tsueyun's strength was above Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan's. That was why she reprimanded Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan in such a manner. This was also to display her sense of superiority. Tsueyun, Miss Yin Shui ordered us to take care of them. It's better to let them follow. In any case, when we enter the heavenly formation, we will have to rely on our own strength. Another low-level holy emperor looked at Lu Tsueyun and said, No, letting them follow us will only bring shame to the Myriad Sword sect's name. Lu Tsueyun rejected decisively. The others did not know Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan. They were all thinking of ways to go to the heaven region, and it would be very difficult for them to return to the stronghold in the future. Therefore, they did not care too much about Yin Shui's face and did not participate in the conversation. However, there was one person who asked Feng Qingyuan to stay, saying that he could protect Feng Qingyuan, on the condition that Feng Qingyuan became his cultivation partner. This person's name was Yuan Yinzi, and he was also a low-level holy emperor. His face was filled with lust. Feng Qingyuan did not expect the Myriad Sword sect to become so cold and heartless as soon as they left. She remembered that Xianxia had once said that there were many internal problems in the myriad sword sect. It was probably because these people thought too highly of themselves and did not want to stay in the stronghold. Miss Qing Yuan, what do you think? With my strength, it won't be a problem for me to ensure that you enter the top 100. Yuan Yinzi carried a heavy sword on his back and had a small mustache at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Feng Qingyuan and asked with a lecherous expression. You're shameless. Feng Qingyuan angrily shouted at Yuan Yinzi. Haha, Miss Qing Yuan's words are incorrect. There are countless peerless experts in the heaven-connecting formation. With just you and him, you'll probably lose your life. As long as you follow me, I'll protect you in the heaven region, and it'll be much easier for you to do things, said Yuan Yinzi calmly. Feng Qingyuan turned around and pulled Ling Xiao's hand. Shower, let's go. Ling Xiao calmly said, Don't be anxious, mistress. He then glanced at Lu Tuyan before his gaze finally fell on Yuan Yinzi. Apologize to mistress and I can forgive you this once. Ling Xiao's words were very calm, as if he was speaking very casually. However, there was an unquestionable attitude in his words. Before Yuan Yinzi could speak, Lu Tuyan sneered at the side. Senior brother Yuan, it seems like your face isn't that easy to use. Yuan Yinzi stroked his beard, glaring at Ling Xiao as he said, Brat who's still wet behind the ears, if you know what's good for you, get lost. I don't want to see you, or else. Don't even think about entering the heaven-connecting formation. I'll say it again, I'll give you 3 breaths of time, said Ling Xiao indifferently. Feng Qingyuan hurriedly pulled Ling Xiao's hand and said, Shower, let's go. Don't be rash. There were dozens of people in the myriad sword sect, and there were also 20 holy emperors. She didn't think that Ling Xiao would be able to gain any advantage. Yellow-toothed brat, don't be so shameless. If it wasn't for junior sister's sake, I would have executed you right now. Yuan Yinzi was immediately enraged when he was threatened by a brat in front of so many people. It seems like you don't want to apologize. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Immediately after, his aura suddenly changed, and he shouted at Yuan Yinzi, Kneel! The dragon roared, and the divine might was vast and mighty. Ling Xiao's roar was aimed at Yuan Yinzi. With his current strength, this dragon roar was extremely terrifying, and he was relatively close to Yuan Yinzi. Not only did it burst Yuan Yinzi's eardrums, but a supreme aura also pressed down on him, causing him to kneel heavily on the ground. Even though Ling Xiao's roar was aimed at Yuan Yinzi, Lu Tuyan, who was close to Yuan Yinzi, was also shaken to the point of taking a few steps back. Traces of blood actually flowed out of her eardrums and the corner of her mouth. The others also felt their eardrums buzzing non-stop, feeling abnormally uncomfortable. A high-ranking holy emperor angrily shouted, Impudent! After saying this, he actually slapped Ling Xiao with his palm, and even used 90% of his strength, as if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao with his palm. Is this how the 10,000 sword sect treats its guests? We only came from the same place as you, and we don't need your protection. You dare to insult my master's wife? Don't think that I, Ling Xiao, am afraid of you. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and actually met the high-ranking holy emperor's fist without dodging. Bang! A muffled groan rang out. The surrounding people were all shaken by the force of the collision, and hurriedly dodged. The people from the 10,000 sword sect originally thought that Ling Xiao would be killed by their high-ranking holy emperor. However, the one who was sent flying was actually their high-ranking holy emperor, while Ling Xiao's figure was like a 10,000-year-old pine tree, standing in the same place, not moving an inch. Only his clothes fluttered in the wind. Ling Xiao's fist had already used invincible fist intent, and the high-ranking holy emperor was careless, and only used 90% of his strength. He originally thought that he could completely suppress Ling Xiao, but he was sent flying. He couldn't help but be shocked at the strength of the young man in front of him. Little thief, you dare to insult the people of the 10,000 sword sect. You can't be left alive. The high-ranking holy emperor was somewhat angry, and he shouted loudly. He actually wanted to use his holy weapon, and fight Ling Xiao seriously. Come on, do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Xiao shouted in displeasure. He was somewhat dissatisfied with Xianxia. He originally thought that going to the heaven realm with the people from the 10,000 sword sect could be considered looking after each other, but now, it was these people who provoked the flames of war. Stop! A peak holy emperor finally couldn't help but speak. His aura instantly locked onto the high-ranking Holy Emperor and Ling Xiao. Once the two of them moved, he would attack first. The high-ranking Holy Emperor said to the peak Holy Emperor in dissatisfaction, "Martial uncle, let me kill this brat who has gone too far. He actually dares to insult the people of our myriad sword sect." Yuan Yinzi, who had already stood up from the ground, also had a bitter expression as he pleaded, "Martial uncle, please make a decision." Lu Tiyun also begged, "Martial uncle, you must not let this brat go. You must execute them on the spot to show the might of our myriad sword sect." "That's right. Kill them so that they don't tarnish the name of our myriad sword sect." How reckless. Originally, it was enough to just let them leave, but they actually dared to attack senior brother Yuan. A few extreme people followed suit and shouted at Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan. "Have you all said enough?" The peak Holy Emperor looked at the crowd and shouted. Instantly, everyone shut their mouths. No one dared to make a sound. However, their hostility towards Ling Xiao did not decrease in the slightest. Most of them were gloating over Ling Xiao's misfortune, while a small portion of them were feeling indignant for Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan. However, they did not want to cause any more trouble since they were about to leave the fortress. "Xiao, let's go." Feng Qingyuan once again pulled Ling Xiao's hand and said. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, looked at Feng Qingyuan without moving and said, "We definitely have to leave, but if we leave just like that, I'm afraid they won't be happy." The provocation in Ling Xiao's words was very obvious. It was as if he was saying, "I, Ling Xiao, am not afraid of you people." The peak Holy Emperor raised his eyebrows and said, "Since you are Yin Shui's friends, I should have let you go with us, but now it's impossible. Take a palm from me, and if you can withstand it, then we'll be even. If you can't, then just treat it as the result of offending our myriad sword sect." The peak Holy Emperor made such a decision because these two were friends of the sect master's daughter. Otherwise, no one would say anything if he sent people to kill Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan. Hee, it seems like your myriad sword sect is filled with hypocrites. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. After pausing for a moment, he replied, "So what if I take a palm from you? Come. Let me see if there's anything shocking about your fist technique other than using the sword in the myriad sword sect." Ling Xiao took a stance, not afraid of the peak Holy Emperor at all. This made the people of the myriad sword sect feel complicated. They originally thought that these two were burdens, but now it seemed that not only were they not burdens, but they were also top-notch experts who could actually fight against the peak Holy Emperor. They couldn't help but feel that Lu Tsueyun was stupid to kick these two out of their group. The peak Holy Emperor said in a clear voice, "All right, this matter was indeed the myriad sword sect's fault, but you made a move first. After this palm, we will have nothing to do with each other. Watch my palm." As his voice fell, a terrifying aura instantly surged. The peak Holy Emperor's palm instantly struck towards Ling Xiao. The palm of his palm turned green, and the wind from the palm was like a bolt of lightning, suddenly arriving in front of Ling Xiao. This palm contained the peak Holy Emperor's most powerful attack, and its power was enough to kill any Holy Emperor. Ling Xiao secretly cursed in his heart, "This old man's words are pleasant to hear, but he actually wants my life. Does he think that I am easy to bully? I'll use you to test just how strong I am." Ling Xiao's combat strength instantly increased, and all of his strength gathered on his arm. His sea of knowledge and soul also became more refined. An incomparably mighty fist, like the falling sun, met the green palm head-on. Rumble! The fist and palm collided, creating a terrifying sound of vibration. The people next to them had already retreated thousands of meters, but they could still feel the waves of cold aura, which made their hearts palpitate. The two figures both retreated. The peak Holy Emperor took about 5 steps back, while Ling Xiao took more than 10 steps back. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. However, the people of the myriad sword sect didn't seem excited at all. Instead, they were more shocked. Chapter 1041. Any Holy Emperor at the peak of the Holy Emperor Peak was already a top-tier existence in the stronghold. The Holy Emperor of the 10,000 Sword Sect was the kind of person whose lifespan was nearing its end. His terrifying strength was definitely not something an ordinary Holy Emperor could compare to. The people of the 10,000 Sword Sect thought that even if Ling Xiao did not die, he would be seriously injured. However, Ling Xiao only took a dozen steps back, while their old holy emperor also took a few steps back. On the surface, their old holy emperor had the upper hand, but in reality, their old holy emperor could not do anything to Ling Xiao. This was completely out of their expectations. After all, the strength Ling Xiao displayed was only that of an intermediate holy emperor. Even if his combat strength had increased, he should not be strong enough to fight against a holy emperor at the peak, right? However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. The holy emperor of the 10,000 Sword sect looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. His heart was already in turmoil. The fact that his opponent was able to withstand an attack from a holy emperor at the peak of the holy emperor at the peak of the holy emperor peak proved how strong he was. Even Yin Shui, who was known as the goddess of heaven in their sect, was inferior to him. Kicking such a person out of their group was probably the worst decision they could make. Although the 10,000 Sword sect could occupy a lot of seats in the top 100, there were still many variables. Now that they had offended the young man in front of them, he was afraid that when the time came, he would hit them while they were down. However, he had already made a promise, so it was not good for him to make a move on him. Your Excellency is amazing. Let's just forget about this. If the two of you don't mind, you can join us. It will save us a lot of trouble. The Holy Emperor said politely. He then looked at Lu Ziyun and Yuan Yinzi and shouted, "What are you two idiots doing? Hurry up and apologize to the two of you." Lu Ziyun and Yuan Yinzi's faces alternated between red and white, and their expressions became extremely awkward. Just as the two of them were about to apologize to Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan, Ling Xiao had already pulled Feng Qingyuan's hand and said, "Master's wife, let's go. They are the #1 power in the stronghold, we can't afford to associate with them." With that, the two of them floated away from the spot. Lu Ziyun shouted angrily, "How dare you? Don't think that the Wanjian house." Pa! Before she could finish her sentence, she was immediately interrupted by a palm. She was sent flying, and there were 5 finger marks on her face. Blood also flowed from the corner of her mouth. She looked extremely pathetic. If you dare to cause trouble again, this old man will cripple you before the formation is even activated. The Peak Saint Emperor held his breath and shouted. Lu Ziyun felt like dying. She had thought that she would be easy to bully because the other party was just a high-level saint, but in the end, she ended up like this. Tongtian City was not as prosperous as the other cities. Instead, it seemed to be abnormally quiet like a dead city. Many of the jade buildings here were in ruins, and only a few restaurants would occasionally open for business. There were only a few of these restaurants, but they were especially big, and there weren't many people in other industries. Those who could come to Tongtian City were all preparing for the opening of the Tongtian Formation. They were just passers-by and wouldn't stay here for long. Therefore, it wasn't easy to do many industries, and only restaurants could do well. Even though it only opened once a year, there were many people waiting here in advance. Before they left, they would definitely spend some time here, either to boost their courage, or to leave reluctantly. Other than providing food and lodging, the restaurants here also provided erotic services. They would try their best to satisfy the needs of all kinds of customers, but the fees were definitely much more expensive than other places. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan chose a restaurant and walked in. They could already sense that the people in the restaurant were all experts with restrained essence, and none of them were ordinary people. When Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan walked in, they immediately felt a terrifying light. At this time, those who rushed to Tongtian City were all people who wanted to go to the Heaven region. It could be said that everyone present could become enemies, so their gazes weren't too friendly. Ling Xiao and Feng Qingyuan didn't want to attract attention here, so after asking the innkeeper to open a room, they went to bed to rest. As soon as they entered the room, Feng Qingyuan impatiently asked, "Xiao, tell me honestly, what's your current strength?" When they left the Drake sect, Feng Qingyuan knew that Ling Xiao was only a peak middle-stage saint. But after only a year, he was actually able to contend against the peak of the Holy Emperor, and he didn't rely on any external objects. This was truly inconceivable to her. "Mistress, do you really want to know?" Ling Xiao asked, keeping her in suspense. "Of course. Tell me, what kind of great opportunity did you encounter?" Feng Qingyuan urged. Thus, Ling Xiao told Feng Qingyuan everything that had happened in the Drake sect. When Feng Qingyuan heard this, she was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. For a moment, she was speechless. After a long while, Feng Qingyuan sighed and said, "You stinking brat, your luck is truly heaven-defying. If I had known earlier, I would have stayed behind with you." Ling Xiao chuckled. This disciple was just lucky for a moment. I really don't know what to say about you. Even mistress feels jealous. Why don't I have such good luck? Feng Qingyuan glared at Ling Xiao and said. Then she said, "That's good too. Your strength has increased. When we reach the heavenly domain, we will be much safer. It will be easier to find your master." Don't worry. We will find master. At that time, my mission will be completed. Ling Xiao replied. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and the day to open the heavenly formation was approaching. Many peerless experts from all over the world had rushed here. For a time, the entire Tongtian city was filled with a terrifying aura, and a chilling killing intent spread throughout the entire land. Finally, it was time for the heaven-connecting array to open. Everyone walked out of the restaurant. The path to the heavens that happened once a year was always a gathering of wind and clouds. There would always be rivers of blood, and in the end, only 100 people would have the chance to ascend to the heavens. Everyone was nervously waiting for the opening of the great formation. The heavenly formation was different from the transmission array. This great formation was activated by the heavenly domain, and every year at this time, it would appear near Tongtian City. That was why this city had the name Tongtian. After a long time, the wind and clouds in the sky suddenly changed. The clear sky became covered with dark clouds, and a violent wind blew. The heavens seemed to be enraged, and the sound of thunder exploded. Purple lightning flashed incessantly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Everyone was moved by this change, and many of them started to shout excitedly. The world has changed. The heavenly formation is about to open. Hurry and prepare. We have to rush over as soon as possible. The heavenly formation will only be open for 6 hours, and if we can't enter the altar within 6 hours, we won't be able to ascend. Today, I must go to the heavenly domain. In the future, I will also become famous in the heavenly domain. Look, the heavenly road is opening in the north. Let's hurry over. In the sky, balls of light suddenly shot out, and the vast power was incomparably majestic and shocking. A stairway to the heavens actually descended from the sky, and there were a total of 99,999 steps. From afar, these steps looked like they were hundreds of thousands of meters tall, and each step emitted an indescribable power. At the top of the steps, there were 100 small altars, and the positions of those altars were the altars that allowed people to ascend to the heavens. As long as anyone could ascend to the heavenly altar, they would be able to smoothly head to the heavenly domain. However, if one wanted to reach the heavenly altar, they would have to rely on their own abilities to ascend to the altar. Those who were weak would definitely become stepping stones for the strong. Swoosh swoosh. Waves of terrifying aura burst out in an instant, and figures flew towards the sky stairway one after another. Many buildings in sky-piercing city crumbled under the force of the shock waves. Haha, the first altar will definitely be this old man's. A holy emperor was the first to rush to the heaven stairway, climbed up, and laughed heartily. He quickly followed the heaven stairway and quickly flew up. However, just as he reached the 100 steps to heaven's stairway, a palm attacked him from behind, forcefully grabbing his shoulder and directly throwing him out. The person who attacked from behind shouted in shock, "You nameless pawns, what qualifications do you have to sit on the first heaven altar?" Immediately after, figures caught up from behind, and waves of crisscrossing power began to explode. These people not only wanted to fight for the position of the heaven altar, but also wanted to seize the position of the first heaven altar in their hands to display their most tyrannical strength. As the thousands of holy emperors and saints attacked, miserable screams rang out one after another, and bloody mist continuously exploded. In just a short moment, many of the martial artists were killed or injured. This part of the world was shaken by the spatial energy, but the heaven stairway was not affected in the slightest. Rays of holy light shone, making people feel that it was incomparably mystical, causing people to exclaim in admiration. As the battle went on, powerful spiritual beasts of all shapes and sizes appeared out of thin air, causing the battle scene to become even more intense and unusual. In the end, the old holy emperor still won. A skinny peak holy emperor had already silently arrived at the heaven altar. He carried a long sword on his back, and his expression was rather arrogant. Beside him was a mutated level 9 spirit beast. One man and one beast emitted a terrifying aura, giving people the feeling that a stranger was approaching. He sat firmly on the first altar and began to close his eyes, no longer paying attention to the people fighting below. That seems to be the old holy emperor of the myriad sword sect. The first heaven altar was taken by him. So be it. There are still 99 heaven altars. Hurry up and take them. F***CK. The second heaven altar is mine. I'll kill whoever dares to fight with me. Kill. Whoever dares to block this holy emperor's path will die. Cries of surprise rang out one after another as figures flew up the heaven stairway. Very quickly, the 100 heaven altars were filled. However, there were also many people who died on the spot before their butts even warmed up, and their corpses fell from the sky. Chapter 1042. Crimson blood splattered all over the place. Screams and hisses could be heard, shaking the heavens and the earth. Many multicolored spatial energies kept churning, and anyone who got close to the heaven stairway would be attacked by their opponents with all their might. At this moment, there was only the heaven stairway and the altar of heaven in their eyes. No matter who the other party was, they would risk their lives to ascend the altar of heaven. The first person to rush up might not be the first person to ascend the altar of heaven, and the last person to attack might not be the last person to sit on the altar of heaven. This was because the heaven connecting formation would be open for 6 hours, and there would be many changes during this time. There were still many people under the heaven connecting formation who had not made a move yet. They were all planning to strike later to gain the upper hand. Only when both sides were injured would they make their move. However, half of the people on the altar of heaven were already seated, because they were all holy emperors, and every one of them was at least a mid-level holy emperor. The remaining positions on the altar of heaven were the most variable. Even a low-level holy emperor could be killed at any time. Among them, there were also some abnormal monsters who could fight above their level. Although they were only half a holy emperor, they displayed the true strength of a holy emperor. There were even some who wielded demigod weapons and killed in all directions. In short, it all depended on one's own means to fight for a spot. They're just a bunch of mad dogs. Kill them all, but there will always be a spot for me. A peak saint who had not yet ascended the heaven stairway muttered to himself as he watched the fierce battle. The power that splashed onto his body all stopped in front of him, unable to harm him at all. In another direction, there were 3 middle-aged men watching all of this coldly. They were only peak saints, but judging from their resolute eyes, it seemed that they were determined to get a spot. There were several groups of people like this who had not made a move yet. They all seemed very confident and did not look anxious at all. After the last 2 hours, these people finally began to move. These were all experts who had cultivated in seclusion, and each of them had the ability to fight above their level. The various trump cards they displayed made people's scalps go numb. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in white walked over with dragon-like gait and tiger-like strides. He was handsome, elegant, and dignified. His style was exceptional, as if he was a prince on a trip. He gave others a domineering feeling, but they couldn't sense the aura he exuded, so they couldn't guess just how powerful he was. He did not care about anyone's fight. Like a swimming fish, he took strange steps and arrived at the heaven stairway. Wasn't this person Ling Xiao, who was going to the heaven region? As for Feng Qingyuan, he had already kept her into the medicine cauldron to accompany Euro Fei. After observing for a while, he finally understood the cruelty of the path to heaven. Nearly 10,000 people wanted to step onto the path of ingress, but in the end, only 1 in 1,000 people could actually make it. The rest could only face the fate of being killed. Of course, there were also many who lost their confidence and changed their minds at the last minute, not going up. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight with anyone. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to snatch a position. He just wanted to feel the power contained in the heaven stairway. With every step he took, he could feel a kind of power revolving around his body, and the divine soul in his sea of consciousness could clearly feel it, and it produced a kind of resonance with the power of the heaven stairway. Ling Xiao was sure that these 99,999 heaven stairway were condensed from the power of God, and not real heaven stairway that was made of stone. This kind of great power made Ling Xiao yearn for the God realm even more. After my soul became divine soul, I seem to have a special kind of power, as if I can use any kind of power to change many things. Maybe this heaven stairway is a kind of evolution of God's power. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. He used his heart to feel this feeling, and his divine soul became more and more refined. All kinds of mysteries revolved around him, but for a moment, he couldn't grasp that feeling, and he couldn't understand the existence of that power. It was a pity that someone didn't want him to feel these wonderful feelings in peace. A disdainful laugh came from behind. "Useless trash, take your time here, get down." As the voice came, a sharp power attacked from behind Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head, and his figure lightly jumped up, dodging that person's sneak attack. That person shouted unwillingly, "You're just trying to be mysterious. Go to hell." These people suddenly increased their attacks, and long spears formed the shape of water dragons, roaring towards Ling Xiao. This person's strength was not bad, and he was in the high-level saint realm, but he could burst out with the battle strength of half a holy emperor. Ling Xiao didn't say a word. His legs moved lightly, and a wind blade with a strong deathly aura burst out, directly attacking the spear shadows. The water dragons were destroyed, and the wind blade directly wrapped around the high-level saint. The thick, sticky deathly aura instantly corroded the high-level saint's life force, and even invaded his physical body until nothing was left. That high-ranking saint only let out a miserable shriek before disappearing from this world with an extremely terrified look on his face. When Ling Xiao reached the 1000th heaven stairway, a few more domineering forces blasted towards him. Ling Xiao dodged to the side, only to see several people riding different spiritual beasts. They grouped together in several different directions, forming a small-scale offensive formation. The power they produced was rather impressive, almost enough to take on 2 low-level Saint Kings at the peak of the Saint King realm. One of the saints roared at Ling Xiao, "Hurry up and retreat or else you'll die here." As long as they had one less opponent, they would have more chances to enter the skyscraper altar. Ling Xiao looked at him coldly and said, "Don't provoke me." With that, he continued to climb the heaven stairway. However, these people didn't want Ling Xiao to go up, and they all attacked Ling Xiao together, intending to kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Before the smoke dispersed, a peak saint laughed coldly and said, "You really don't want to die?" Before he could finish speaking, the shadow of a foot had already stepped on his mouth. The force of the foot was like a collapsing mountain, and its power was extremely terrifying. Not only was his mouth smashed, but even half of his face was caved in, and blood flowed wildly. The power of the deathly aura invaded, corroding his entire body. The others were shocked, and they all attacked Ling Xiao again with their spirit beasts. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao no longer showed them mercy, and the shadows of his legs carried the deathly aura, completely reaping their lives. "I told you not to provoke me, but you still want to test my patience," Ling Xiao said in disdain, and he increased his speed to the top. He didn't want to be pestered by these people, and in the end, he would be late. It didn't take long to reach the top at full speed, and everyone's attention was focused on the altar of heaven, so there weren't many obstructions when he reached the top. When Ling Xiao reached the top, the battle became even more chaotic. In order to fight for the position of the altar of heaven, everyone fought with their lives on the line, showing no mercy. Some people even attacked their own companions, which was extremely cruel. The dozens of people who had reached the intermediate stage of the Holy Emperor all had smiles on their faces, as if they were watching a show, and they seemed to be taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. Ling Xiao had already noticed that among the people from the Wanjian house, there were already 15 holy emperors who had taken up many positions, and no one dared to cause trouble for them. Out of all the forces that came to fight for the top 100 positions, this was the force that occupied the most positions. It was no wonder that the Wanjian house was the most powerful force in the stronghold. "Brat, get out of my way!" A tall and sturdy man who came later shouted, and the broadsword in his hand slashed at Ling Xiao, who was blocking his way. The broadsword only managed to cut Ling Xiao's afterimage in half. Ling Xiao had already arrived behind the man, and he pressed his hand on the man's back without mercy. A ball of heavenly fire suddenly erupted, directly burning the man into ashes. This scene fell into the eyes of many people, and they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It should be known that the person who had just come up was a half-holy emperor, but he couldn't even block one move from this young man before turning into ashes. It could be seen how terrifying this young man's strength was. Ling Xiao looked at the positions above him, and suddenly discovered that among the people from the Wanjian house, Lu Zuiyun and Yuan Yanzi were also among them. When the two of them felt Ling Xiao's gaze, they felt their scalps go numb. They were praying that Ling Xiao wouldn't come looking for trouble with them. Unfortunately, the more they prayed, the more Ling Xiao rushed in their direction. "Scram and I'll spare your lives," Ling Xiao coldly shouted at Lu Cuiyun and Yuan Yanzi. "Ling Xiao, don't go too far. We were wrong before, and we can apologize to you. If there's a position over there, you can take it. Why must you make things difficult for us?" Lu Cuiyun timidly looked at Ling Xiao. Yuan Yanzi also echoed, "That's right, my martial uncle will let you go. Don't be so ungrateful." Ling Xiao didn't want to waste words with these two, and wanted to attack them. At this moment the Holy Emperor who had fought with Ling Xiao before, opened his mouth. "Ling Xiao, why must you be so unreasonable? If you want a position, I can make them give it to you. But if you want them to leave, that's too much." This Holy Emperor was the one who obtained the first altar of heaven. His strength was definitely one of the top 2 or 3 people here. The surrounding Holy Emperors looked at Ling Xiao with puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why these people from the Wanjian house would be so afraid of this young man. They all thought to themselves, could it be that this person has a great background? Whether it's too much or not, it's not up to you. I'm already being merciful by not killing them. If you want to go to the heaven realm, wait until next year, Ling Xiao said to the Holy Emperor. At the same time, the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand, and his aura continued to rise. He didn't know if the Holy Emperor would make a move, but he had to be prepared for any eventuality. However, before the Holy Emperor could make a move, Lu Cuiyun took advantage of the moment when Ling Xiao was distracted to suddenly attack. A long whip shot towards Ling Xiao like a snake, and a heavenly lightning seed appeared in her other hand, which she smashed towards Ling Xiao. "Go to hell!" Lu Cuiyun shouted angrily. Chapter 1043. Lu Cuiyun's attack was extremely vicious. She first immobilized Ling Xiao, then bombarded Ling Xiao with the heavenly lightning seed. All of this happened in an instant. It was impossible to defend against. However, Ling Xiao had already attained the divine soul realm. His reactions were much faster and sharper than the Holy Emperor's. When the long whip wrapped around him, he had already disappeared from where he stood. Only an afterimage remained. The heavenly lightning seed did not land on him. Instead, it changed direction and attacked Yuan Yanzi. "Damn it!" Yuan Yanzi roared as he saw the heavenly lightning seed approaching him in the blink of an eye. He quickly dodged. Boom! Although his reaction was not slow, he was still affected. His clothes were torn. On the other side of the altar, the Holy Emperor could not help but curse. "I wanted to spare your life, but you can die now." Ling Xiao's voice sounded from behind Lu Cuiyun. At the same time, his fist was already mercilessly smashing towards the back of Lu Cuiyun's head. "Stop!" The Holy Emperor of the 10,000 Sword sect finally could not help but make a move. He shouted and bounced up from the altar. The holy sword on his back was instantly unsheathed. Sword in 4 directions. Tens of thousands of sword lights pierced towards Ling Xiao's back. The chilling sword aura sent chills down everyone's spines. The Holy Emperor had already made up his mind to kill Ling Xiao. Originally, he was a little afraid of Ling Xiao's strength. But now, Ling Xiao was once again picking a fight with him and ignoring his words. If this was not a challenge to his authority, what was? Ling Xiao sensed the terrifying sword attack coming from behind. His attack immediately turned from a fist into a claw. He grabbed Lu Cuiyun, who had yet to react, and threw her backwards. The Holy Emperor did not expect Ling Xiao to be so ruthless. He used the 10,000 Sword sect as a weapon to counterattack. The distance was too close, and he had no time to withdraw his attack. The sword lights were merciless. The terrified Lu Cuiyun was shredded into pieces, and countless drops of blood rained down from the sky. "Damned thief, how dare you bully me like this?" the Holy Emperor roared angrily. The sword techniques in his hand became even more complicated and terrifying. Streaks of sword light shot out, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. It was extremely terrifying. Those who were originally sitting quietly on the altar of heaven all moved away, afraid that they would be affected. As for those who came later, they were killed by these sword lights before they could even warm up their butts. "Damn it, don't tell me you want to destroy the Temple of Heaven. There's still an hour before we reach the sky, but they're still so angry. If this goes on, We'll attack together and blast them down. Let's just wait and see. With that old man from the sect, we can't die. This young man really doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. There are so many empty seats and he just has to make things difficult for the myriad sword sect. All of the holy emperors on the fishing platform shouted in displeasure. They were angry that Ling Xiao had broken the rules, causing the holy emperor from the 10,000 sword sect to make a move. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with them. His battle intent surged, and his strength continued to rise. Dragon scales appeared on his body, but no more dragon horns grew on his head. Jing Xing's transformation had been suppressed by his divine soul, but his battle prowess was still monstrous. He brandished his spear and fought against the peak stage Saint Emperor. He didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. The more the Holy Emperor fought, the more shocked he became. He had thought that Ling Xiao, as a mid-level Holy Emperor, would be able to fight a high-level Holy Emperor. He had overestimated Ling Xiao, but he had never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to fight on equal footing with him at his peak. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was simply too monstrous. With his peak strength, it would not be a problem for him to fight 3 high-level Holy Emperors at the same time. But now, he could not even deal with this mid-level Holy Emperor. It was truly ironic. In the end, he did not want to miss the opportunity to ascend, so he summoned his level 9 mutant Holy Beast. Little thief, you should be proud that you can die at my hands today. Old friend, let's get rid of him together. The Holy Emperor roared. Sword fury raging waves. The Holy Emperor gave it his all, and waves of sword light surrounded Ling Xiao like a tsunami. At the same time, his Holy Beast was waiting, ready to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao the moment he escaped. Ling Xiao also realized that it would not do him any good if he continued to fight. He roared, and the sound of a dragon's roar shook thousands of miles, shattering many of the sword light rays. At the same time, he used his limitless doppelganger technique to its fullest. There were a total of 108 figures, and they destroyed all the sword light rays, before launching a counterattack against the Holy Emperor. Although Ling Xiao had withstood the attack, there were many sword wounds on his body, and blood flowed from them. The Holy Emperor did not expect Ling Xiao's counterattack to be so ferocious. Every move caused his hand to go numb, and he could not help but think of the phrase, "The fist is afraid of the young." Although he was strong, he was already old. If this went on, he was afraid that he would be the one to die. Fortunately, his Holy Beast pounced on Ling Xiao, giving him a chance to catch his breath. Ling Xiao sneered and shouted, "Today, I will use your flag to ascend to the heavens." After saying that, the divine soul in his sea of consciousness instantly appeared beside him. There were 2 identical Ling Xiao, and both of them had flesh and blood, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that one of them was more holy than the other, constantly emitting a kind of divine light that made people want to worship it. The Saint Emperors on the sidelines all felt a terrifying pressure weighing down on their hearts, causing them to feel an urge to submit. This was definitely not the limitless body art. One was the real body, and the other was the divine soul. However, the power of the divine soul was already much stronger than his physical body. "Let me see just how powerful you are," the real body said faintly to the divine soul. Immediately after, the real body handed the golden dragon spear to the divine soul. The divine soul took the golden dragon spear, and its aura suddenly changed. The power emitted by the heaven-connecting formation was actually drawn by it. Everyone was shocked. They thought that the heaven-connecting formation was about to be destroyed, and they returned to the heaven domain in advance. The divine soul sneered, and the tyrant dragon spear art in his hands started to evolve. All the various powers in the surroundings gathered under his guidance. Even the great power emitted by the heaven-connecting formation was drawn, and a terrifying feeling assaulted everyone's heads. The Holy Emperor felt timid. He did not know why, but when he looked at the other Ling Xiao, he felt incomparably afraid. The Holy Beast that listened to his command roared and rushed towards the 2 Ling Xiao. The divine soul's eyes turned cold and he sneered, "A mere Holy Beast dares to show off in front of me." He wielded the spear and leisurely swept towards the rank 9 Holy Beast. The spear pierced out with his bare hands, and an indescribable great power erupted. A golden light flashed, and an earth-shattering explosion resounded. The ferocious mutant Holy Beast was blasted into pieces before it could even get close to the divine soul. Not even a trace of blood remained. After everything was destroyed, everyone became incomparably terrified. What a terrifying power! Even the Holy Emperor at the peak is not this powerful. Who is this young man? Why haven't I heard of him before? Could it be that those hidden old monsters have achieved great success in their cultivation and regained their youth? No matter what, we must not provoke this person. He is too terrifying. That myriad sword sect old man has wasted his life. He might not be human. Could he be a god? Ling Xiao's real body laughed and said, "That's right. Let's kill that old bastard as well. He's always pretending to be benevolent and righteous. It's annoying to see him." The divine soul laughed. "Of course. If you're annoyed, then I'm annoyed too. There's no difference." As the divine soul's voice fell, his figure had already arrived in front of the Holy Emperor at the peak. The peak Holy Emperor's face was ashen, but he did not beg for mercy like an ordinary person. Instead, he revealed a bit of backbone and said, "If you want to kill this old man, you have to pay the price. If I can't reach the heavens, then don't even think about reaching the heavens. Destroy." After saying that, he actually forcefully raised his strength towards the god realm. He had already accumulated for thousands of years and wanted to break through to the god realm for a long time, but he had never been able to see what kind of realm it was. Now that he felt the divine soul in front of him, he seemed to have grasped something, but unfortunately, he was still unable to comprehend its essence. He knew that he would not be able to escape death, so he simply chose to self-destruct and destroy this heaven-connecting formation, letting everyone die with him. "You want to self-destruct? Have you asked me for my permission?" The divine soul sneered and raised his palm. The surrounding power was drawn over by him like a tide, and he even borrowed some of the power of the heaven-connecting formation. Many powers formed a prison, forcibly imprisoning the peak Holy Emperor's body. The peak Holy Emperor's power was already rising, but his body could not explode. He only felt that he was completely squeezed in a narrow space. He stared angrily, and his eyes revealed a look of unwillingness. "I still don't have enough power. If you want to self-destruct, get lost." The divine soul frowned slightly and murmured. He waved his hand and threw the peak Holy Emperor tens of thousands of meters away. Bang! An earth-shattering sound of self-destruction echoed tens of thousands of meters away, making everyone's heart palpitate. Everyone who saw this scene felt a chill in their hearts, and the way they looked at Ling Xiao was full of respect. Yuan Yinzi had long seen that Ling Xiao could fight on par with his uncle master, so he had already hidden outside the Temple of Heaven, ready to escape if anything went wrong. However, Ling Xiao's real body had already killed him under the invincible fist will. When the people from the 10,000 Sword sect saw that Ling Xiao had killed 3 of them so brazenly, not only did they not have any intention of resisting, but they also ran as far away as they could, waiting for the next year to go to the Temple of Heaven. They were all afraid that Ling Xiao would find them and kill them all. Ling Xiao's real body and divine soul merged into one, and a confident and satisfied smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1044. The peak of the myriad sword sect, the Holy Emperor, who was one of the top experts in the stronghold, had fallen. For a moment, those who were fighting for the altar of heaven looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable reverence. The rest of the myriad sword sect had already left the altar of heaven. This time, they no longer had a share in the journey to the heavens. One of the high-level Holy Emperor bowed slightly and said to Ling Xiao, "Sir, please take a seat. The position of the first altar of heaven belongs to you." There was still about a quarter of an hour before they would ascend to the heavens. Because of the battle between Ling Xiao and the peak of the Holy Emperor, everyone had been forced to leave the altar of heaven. Now they were preparing to sit down again, but with Ling Xiao here, they didn't dare to sit down first. The others also spoke respectfully to Ling Xiao. "That's right, this Lord's divine power is unparalleled, and he is a role model for our generation. Please take a seat first. My lord is a hero, and the myriad sword sect is truly blind to have offended you. If anyone else from the myriad sword sect comes, I am willing to serve you like a dog. My lord, please take a seat first. The heaven-connecting formation is about to disappear." That's right. My lord, please take a seat first. Please take care of us when we reach the heaven domain." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with those people who were fawning over him. With a light kick, he landed on the first altar of heaven. At this time, The 10,000 Tao stairway to heaven was gradually shrinking, and the formation's energy was also shrinking. Many of the holy emperors returned to their positions, quietly waiting for the moment they ascended to the heavens. Those empty seats once again caused a storm of carnage. Many saints gave their all and used endless killing methods, hoping to be able to take the position of the altar of heaven at the last moment. After a lot of fighting, most of the seats on the altar of heaven had already been occupied by people. The remaining seats were finally occupied by a few ruthless and fierce people who fought above their levels, pulling the others down from their horses and luckily ascending the altar. Swoosh swoosh. Tens of thousands of rays of light scattered down, and balls of mighty power circulated in this world. The 100 people who had ascended the altar all felt as if they had been bathed in divine light. Their bodies and minds felt comfortable, and their faces were filled with excitement and satisfaction. It was as if all the killing that had happened before had become a fleeting cloud. As for those who had yet to ascend to the altar, they could only look up at this miraculous scene, hoping that they would be able to attempt it again in the coming year. The rays of light were like shuttles. Ling Xiao had already made preparations to ascend to the heavens. He felt that this place should be similar to the teleportation array's teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at another place. However, his estimation was still wrong this time. This heaven-connecting array might be similar to a transmission array, but its transfer speed seemed to be slower than a transmission array. Although he could not see his surroundings clearly, his divine soul could sense this endless dark space. His body seemed to be piercing through the universe, flying along a certain trajectory. He knew that this heaven-connecting array was not slower than a transmission array. In fact, it was many times faster. The reason why it was so slow was because the fortress was too far away from the heaven region, so the time taken for the transmission was much longer. Ling Xiao did not know how long had passed. Perhaps it was just a short while, or perhaps a few years had passed. Finally, his body was thrown heavily onto the ground. The force of the throw was so strong that even an ordinary sage would be severely injured. Even Ling Xiao felt that his blood flow was not smooth. Fortunately, his body was stronger than ordinary people, and he immediately bounced up from the ground. As he breathed, he felt that the heaven and earth spiritual qi was extremely dense. This was something that he had never felt in the Xianling continent or in the heaven region fortress. Apart from that, there was also the aura of the source of the energy. It was a relatively pure and vast source of energy. Ling Xiao could not help but close his eyes. His body's supreme Guiyuan art, ancient emperor divine art, the 3 great exotic creatures, and his divine soul all absorbed the energy to their heart's content. After a while, Ling Xiao actually entered a state where he forgot about himself and his surroundings. The heaven and earth spiritual qi wrapped around Ling Xiao, allowing him to absorb it to increase his strength. However, before he could enjoy the pleasure enough, a rough voice sounded. "This new little rat actually has the mood to cultivate? Looks like he still doesn't know what's going on." Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes, trying to figure out who had come to meditate. At the same time, he scolded himself for being careless. He had just arrived in the heaven region, but he had actually let down his guard. If the other party had suddenly attacked him, he would have been at a great disadvantage. He saw a muscular man riding a black tiger, holding a large saber in his hand. His muscles were bulging, and his veins were bulging. His face was filled with hostility, and he stared at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at prey. His eyes were filled with disdain and disdain. This person already had the strength of a peak intermediate holy emperor, but Ling Xiao felt that the true battle power he contained was not limited to this. Moreover, he also felt that there were many powerful auras around him, and there were even a few that made him feel apprehensive. Only now did Ling Xiao notice the situation around him. This was a barren land, and the trees and flowers did not grow. There were many stone mountains that towered into the sky, and they were especially majestic. Is this already the heaven region? Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The muscular man riding the black tiger did not think that this little rat, who had just arrived, would actually not put him in his eyes, which made him extremely angry. "Lowly commoner, get your ass over here and kowtow to me. Otherwise, you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun." The muscular man shouted with a tremble of the large saber in his hand. The black tiger he was riding also let out a roar, and it sounded like a tiger roaring in the forest. "Are you talking to me?" Ling Xiao pointed to himself and asked softly. "Nonsense. Didn't a lowly commoner like you come back from a place of exile? You actually dare to act in front of me. I'll hack you alive. The muscular man was extremely angry, and he casually swung the large saber in his hand, slashing towards Ling Xiao. This casual slash had already slashed out a several thousand-meter-long saber light, and its power was extraordinary. Rumble! The saber light left a long saber mark on the ground, like a bottomless crack after an earthquake, causing people to feel fear. Ling Xiao's figure was already nowhere to be seen. The muscular man said doubtfully, "He couldn't have died so quickly, right?" At this moment, his mount instantly flipped backwards and pounced towards a figure. That figure was Ling Xiao. He only saw his figure fluttering like the wind, dodging the black tiger's bite, and a sharp leg light swept towards the muscular man. Bang bang! The power of the wind god's kick was extraordinary, and each leg shadow was like a blade, causing the muscular man to flip off the black tiger. "Damn it, you're still a tough piece of shit, I'll kill you." The muscular man flew into a rage out of humiliation, and he burst forth with all his strength towards Ling Xiao. The black saber light carried a strong corrosive force, and it unceasingly slashed towards Ling Xiao. His black tiger mount emitted rays of light from its mouth, and it coordinated with the attack. Many of the mountain rocks were destroyed and turned into dust, and stone chips flew everywhere. The people in the surroundings had long since sensed this, and nearly 100 holy emperors' auras surged over from all directions. What is this Lu Haida doing? Didn't we ask him to capture a lowly commoner? Why is he causing such a big commotion? The leading pinnacle holy emperor said with some dissatisfaction. This person looked to be in his 30s, and his name was Tai Lang. He wore a set of mighty armor and sat on a wolf king, looking especially mighty and extraordinary. The other high-level Saint Emperor continued, "The few lowly people that are sent every year won't be too weak. Even though they can be taken down easily, they won't be so lucky every time. However, this is also good. The stronger they are, the better their physique will be. When the time comes, they will have more strength to dig for ores. The most terrifying thing is that if they meet those old fellows, they might as well just kill them." This person's name was Lu Jinsi, and he looked a little older than Tai Feng. He was sitting on a dragon leopard. At this time, the group had already arrived at the place where Ling Xiao and the muscular man were fighting. At this time, the battle had already ended. Those people looked ahead, and their expressions became a little unnatural. They had originally thought that it would not be too difficult for their companions to capture a lowly commoner from the land of exile. After all, they had often done this in the past. Occasionally, they would encounter some accidents, but it should not be like this. Ling Xiao had already gripped the man's neck, and the black tiger had been stomped on the ground, but it was still roaring and roaring. Ling Xiao did not kill him. He still needed to understand the situation here, or else he would be the one to suffer. What a young lowly commoner. I can sense that he is actually not more than 100 years old, and he was able to take down Lu Haida. He must be a genius from the land of exile. He can be considered an amazing person on our side. Lu Jinsi could not help but sigh. No matter what, let's take him down first. If possible, send him to the prison arena to train. If he can really kill his way out, he can be bestowed with the identity of a domain dweller, and also obtain the Divine King's favor. At that time, we can also get some rewards." Tai Lang said, his eyes already revealing some interest. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Do you know what this place is? Hurry up and put him down." Ling Xiao obediently put down the person in his hands, and at the same time replied, "Isn't this the heavenly domain? This is my first time here, so I don't know the rules. What are you all doing?" Ling Xiao did not act too overbearing, nor did he dare to act too weak. He only treated it as a misunderstanding. Those who come from the stronghold are all lowly commoners, and they do not have any status in the heavenly domain. If you want to live, then obediently listen to our orders, or you will definitely not live past today." Tai Lang said faintly. Ling Xiao frowned, quickly thinking, although the heavenly domain is a cultivation paradise, it is also a place of merciless slaughter. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I am willing to listen to your orders." Tai Lang, Lu Jinsi, and the others did not expect Ling Xiao to be so obedient. This saved them a lot of trouble. Then, a pill appeared in Lu Jinsi's hand, and he threw it towards Ling Xiao, saying, "Eat it." Ling Xiao caught the pill, and after a moment of hesitation, he swallowed it. Chapter 1045. Although Ling Xiao was an alchemy grandmaster, it was impossible for him to determine what kind of pill it was at a glance. However, since this pill was thrown from someone else's hand, it was obvious that it was not a good pill. He dared to swallow it directly because he had enough confidence in his body. As the pill entered his stomach, an inexplicable force actually sealed his dantian, cutting off the connection between his dantian and his sea of consciousness, causing him to lose all his combat power. Saint Ascension Pill. Ling Xiao immediately determined the name of this pill from its medicinal properties. Saint Ascension Pill could seal the power of everyone under the Holy Emperor, making it impossible for them to use any power to fight. It could be said that this pill could temporarily abolish a cultivator's combat power. In other words, Ling Xiao had now lost the support of his power, and it would be easy for an ordinary person to kill him. However, this pill could only seal the power of the Holy Emperor for a month. If it was a saint, it was likely that they would not be able to use their power for a year. You have guts. We are only temporarily sealing your power. Don't think that you can escape. Just listen to our arrangements and you will not have to worry about your life. Lu Jinxi praised. Okay. Ling Xiao didn't show any signs of panic. Tai Lang looked at the calm Ling Xiao and showed a bit of surprise. In his heart he thought, this kid is very calm. At this time, Lu Haida, who had just been defeated by Ling Xiao, had already taken a pill to recover from his injuries. He roared, "Damn lowly commoner, you actually dared to injure this uncle, I will kill you." Lu Haida rushed in front of Ling Xiao and mercilessly punched Ling Xiao's lower abdomen. Ling Xiao's body suddenly curled up like a shrimp, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Haida once again punched Ling Xiao's face, and Ling Xiao's figure spun a few times in the air before falling heavily 100 meters away. Lu Haida wanted to chase after Ling Xiao again, but Tai Lang shouted at him, "That's enough, Lu Haida. Stop. Commander, let me get rid of this brat. He actually dared to hit me." Lu Haida responded and actually dashed towards Ling Xiao again. Presumptuous. How dare you ignore my words? Tai Lang's expression turned cold as he roared. Then, he shot a palm towards Lu Haida. Bang! Before Lu Haida could react, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. Trash, you can't even beat a lowly commoner, yet you still dare to be impudent in front of me. Tai Lang shouted in disdain. Then, he said to one of his subordinates, "Go and bring that lowly commoner along. Let him rest for 2 days before letting him enter the mine." The night was as cold as water. There were no stars and no moon. A handsome young man dressed in a white robe was lying on a flat rock, his thoughts flying at full speed. This young man was Ling Xiao, who had just arrived at the Heaven Realm from the Heavenly Domain stronghold. He had already been here for 2 days, and the 2 punches from Lu Haida had already healed. He had only pretended to be weak to deceive the others. He already had a preliminary understanding of where this place was. Listening to the discussions of the others, this was a relatively remote or mountain range that was under the jurisdiction of a large power called the Green Moon Palace. The people here were just some small fry who worked for the Green Moon Palace, and they couldn't even be considered as outer sect deacons or disciples. The reason why he was teleported here was because the slots for the heavenly formation had long since been split up by the various great powers of the Heaven Realm. Every year, there would be people who would be teleported to different parts of the Heaven Realm and receive different treatment. In the eyes of the people of the Heavenly Realm, they were lowly commoners. If they could get rid of this identity, they would be able to become residents of the Heavenly Realm, and in the future, they would be able to walk around the Heavenly Realm. Otherwise, even if he escaped now, the people of the Heavenly Realm would still chase after him. This was because before they ascended to the Heavenly Realm, they had already been imprinted with an indescribable power, and the people of the Heavenly Realm could sense it. Ling Xiao had only been here for a short period of time, so he only had a rough understanding of the situation. He was lamenting that he had just become the Holy Emperor not long ago, yet he had already become a prisoner. This really made him depressed. However, it was better to keep a low profile when he first arrived. He had to figure out the situation first. The reason why he was able to stay here by himself was because he was very confident in him. This was because there were many high-level spirit beasts hidden within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and his power was sealed, so they were naturally not afraid of him escaping. The next day, Ling Xiao was brought to the entrance of a mine. The person who brought him here said in an extremely impolite tone, "Go in and obediently dig. If you can dig up 100,000 kilograms of ore, our commander will apply for the curse-breaking sky water, and you can get rid of your status as a lowly commoner. However, if you embezzle the ore, the only path left for you is death." After saying that, regardless of whether Ling Xiao agreed or not, he stuffed a tool into Ling Xiao's hands and pushed him into the cave. Ding dang dang dang. There were already many people digging ores in the cave with tools. These ores were called flowing gold rock, and they were an excellent material for refining saint artifacts. Ling Xiao observed for a moment and found that there were men and women, about 40 to 50 of them. Every one of them looked very wooden, did not talk or laugh, and looked very sloppy. It could be seen that they had been working here for a long time. Their situation was the same as his, and their power had been sealed. They could only rely on their physical strength to dig. When Ling Xiao first entered, everyone's gaze fell on him. They all had an indifferent expression, and there was even a hint of ridicule. Ling Xiao did not communicate with them, and they did not want to communicate with him either. They were all working hard to dig. For a person whose power had been sealed, if they wanted to dig up 100,000 kilograms of ore, they would not be able to do so without decades of effort. Those with weak strength would not even be able to complete it within 100 years. Moreover, if they really did do this, they might not be able to get rid of their status as lowly commoners. Therefore, if they wanted to survive here, they still needed to be tested. This was an extremely difficult and impoverished process. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao had already been digging in the mine for more than a month. During this period of time, he only came out of the mine 3 times. 2 times was to hand over the ore, and the other time was to be given a sealing pill. At the same time, they gave him some pills to replenish his energy so that he could continue to dig. In the beginning, Ling Xiao was a little irritated. He wanted to rush out and kill all the people here, then escape from this place. However, he always felt that there was an invisible eye watching him nearby. It was like a god's existence, which made him feel very afraid. Later on, he slowly calmed down and treated this digging as a form of training for his body and mind. He temporarily stopped the urge to escape from this place. Over the past few days, he had finally managed to strike up a conversation with an old man here. This old man's surname was Tian, but he did not tell Ling Xiao his actual name. Ling Xiao only called him Old Man Tian. From Old Man Tian, he found out that he had been mining here for more than 100 years. He could not remember exactly how long it had been. He was not from the fortress. He had offended a disciple of the Green Moon Palace, so he was sent here to mine. Now that he thought about it, he did not regret offending the disciple of the Green Moon Palace. He had castrated that disciple because he had tried to rape his daughter. Although he was in the right, the people of the Green Moon Palace did not care. Thus, they crippled him and sent him to mine here to torture him for the rest of his life. The reason why he was willing to chat with Ling Xiao here was because he knew that he did not have much time left in his life. He wanted to take this opportunity to chat with this new young man before he died. This way, he would not be too lonely when he died. Ling Xiao listened to Old Man Tian's nagging, but he did not feel too sad. After all, everyone had to die. Unless they could become a god, they could live forever. Of course, that was if they were not killed by other gods. From Old Man Tian, Ling Xiao learned about the situation of the Heaven Territory. The Heaven Territory was similar to the fortress or the central region, but it was many times larger. There were as many forces as the hairs on a cow, and each force had a god. Some ancient forces even had an incipient god realm expert. They were the most supreme beings in the Heaven Territory. The Green Moon Palace was just an ordinary force among the many forces. It was not the strongest, not even in the middle. However, the Green Moon Palace had many god kings. They occupied the territory of the Stone Ridge with many other forces. Ling Xiao took the chance to ask about the Lotus Cult. When Old Man Tian heard the name, he could not help but shiver. He seemed to be afraid of the Lotus Cult. As expected, he learned from Old Man Tian that the Lotus Order was an ancient force from another realm. They had been preaching for hundreds of thousands of years and had stood strong until now. They could be said to be an extremely powerful existence. Furthermore, they were a sect made up entirely of women. After hearing this, Ling Xiao could not wait to go to the Lotus Cult to investigate. He wanted to see if the person he missed had been brought there. On this day, Ling Xiao and Old Man Tian continued to dig as they conversed in hushed tones. Brother Ling, you've worked so hard to come to the heaven territory from the fortress just to pursue greater power. Now that you've been left here, I'm afraid you won't be able to rise again for the rest of your life. Why don't you listen to this old man? The next time someone comes, you can take out what you have and pay tribute to the Lord Commander. Ask him to give you a chance. Stay by his side and work for him. Maybe in the future, he'll give you the heavenly water to break the curse and help you get rid of your identity as a lowly commoner. Only then can you reach the next level. Old Man Tian advised. He then added, dozens of years ago, there were many people with the same pride as you, but in the end, they were all tortured to death. There are not many who can truly get rid of this identity, so you'd better listen to this old man. Ling Xiao knew that Old Man Tian's words were for his own good, so he did not refute him. In his mind, he was calculating the next step of his plan. Brother Tian, I don't understand. How is it that the people from the stronghold are able to recognize us? Ling Xiao voiced out the doubts in his heart. That's a good question. Actually, aside from people from the heaven territory, people who are exiled from other spaces all have an aura that is different from the heaven territory. You can't sense this aura on your own. Only people like us who haven't come into contact with this aura know that this aura is called cursed qi. Chapter 1046. The cursed qi is a power that has long been planted by God in the banished lands. There is no way to get rid of it. Of course, this power will not cause you any harm. It is merely a mark of your identity as a lowly commoner. Only by consuming the curse-breaking heavenly water will you be able to get rid of the cursed qi. Only then will you be considered a true citizen of the realm and not be hunted down by others. Old Tian explained in one breath. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. No wonder these people were so certain that he would be hunted down the moment he escaped. He now understood that the key to breaking free of this identity was to curry favor with the commander and have him request the curse-breaking heavenly water from his superiors. Only then would he be able to break free of his current identity. However, was it really as Old Man Tian had said, that he would have to offer the commander a treasure that the commander would take a liking to, and only then would he be able to escape? Ling Xiao naturally could not do that. Right, if you manage to get out one day, I would like to invite you to see my daughter. I wonder how she's been all these years. Perhaps, sigh, in any case, this is my wish. I hope you can help me. The more Old Man Tian spoke, the more agitated he became, wanting to kneel before Ling Xiao. There's no need for that, Old Man Tian. Perhaps when the time comes, the two of us will be able to leave this place together, Ling Xiao said casually. Before Old Man Tian could reply, someone nearby snorted, "Dream on!" Ling Xiao ignored that person, but Old Man Tian was a bit angry. Brother Ling is a dragon among men. I believe that he will be able to get out one day. Haha, Old Man Tian, it's not that I want to criticize your judgment, but your character. Every year, you say the same thing to the people who are sent here, but aren't they still here? Some of them have even died. You're just finding a place for yourself to rely on, so why lie to yourself? If you have the strength, why don't you dig a few more ores and try to reach 100,000 Jin as soon as possible? That person laughed sarcastically, but did not say anything else. Clang clang clang. Only a series of ear-piercing sounds could be heard from within the mine. Old Man Tian did not speak any further. A dim look flashed across his old eyes as his life force grew weaker and weaker. Ling Xiao patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Old Man Tian. I can help you fulfill your wish. Old Man Tian replied with a forced smile, waving his tools weakly. A few days passed, and Old Man Tian was too embarrassed to talk to Ling Xiao anymore. On the contrary, Ling Xiao appeared to be indifferent. However, one day, the mine suddenly shook violently, and boulders began to fall from the walls. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Damn it, there might be stone beasts. Quick! Get out of the cave. No one knew who shouted, but the people in the mine let out cries of alarm as they rushed out of the mine. But before, the mine, the mine, the man, the mine, the mine, the mine, the mine, the mine, the mine, and the mine. The people in charge of guarding outside also noticed the situation, but they couldn't help it all because everything happened too suddenly, and the movement was too big. It was as if the entire mountain range had been flipped over. Roar! A beast's roar pierced the sky, traveling tens of thousands of kilometers away. It was a terrifying sound. The guards rushed to the sky, all of them looking at the source of the roar. Tai Lang was the first to cry out, "Damn it, that's an earth spike dragon. It's so big. Has it been here all this time? This fellow is probably at the peak of the 9th rank. Let's attack together, or else we won't be able to suppress it," Lu Jinsi said. Tai Lang nodded and shouted, "Everyone, attack with me. Let's get rid of this fellow." Many saint emperors and their spiritual beasts charged towards the earth spike dragon that had just emerged from the ground. The earth spike dragon was several hundred meters long, and its body was enormous. It looked like several small mountains were moving, and its back was covered in spikes, giving it a ferocious appearance. All spirit beasts were divided into different ranks. Some spirit beasts, no matter how much they were fed, would find it difficult to break through the shackles of their bloodlines and become high-ranked spirit beasts, let alone holy beasts. For most cultivators, it was already quite amazing for their spirit beasts to reach the 8th rank and take human form. Becoming a 9th rank holy beast was even more difficult. There were many peak experts whose strength increased, but their spirit beasts couldn't keep up with them. At that time, their spirit beasts could only be used as a means of transportation. There weren't many that could be used in battle. Unless they abandoned their original spirit protector beasts and captured a higher-grade sacred beast again, they wouldn't be able to do so. Tai Lang, Lu Jinsi, and the others might be Holy Emperor, but only a small portion of their spirit beasts had reached the 9th rank. The rest were at the 8th rank. As for Tai Lang, Lu Jinsi, and the other high-ranked Holy Emperors, their spirit beasts were only at the mid-9th rank, or even low 9th rank. None of them had reached the peak of the 9th rank. Hence, when they saw a peak Type 9 Earth Spike Dragon, they were extremely shocked. The Earth Spike Dragon was a branch of the dragons. Just like Hei Mo's demonic dragon, it also contained rich dragon blood. However, it lacked the power to condense the dragon pearl, so it couldn't become a true divine beast. The Earth Spike Dragon's strongest point was its defense. Ordinary holy tools couldn't break through its defense. Tai Lang, Lu Jinsi, and the others attacked with all their might. Terrifying killing power bombarded the Earth Spike Dragon, but they couldn't harm it in the slightest. On the contrary, many saint emperors and saints perished when they collided with it. Its strength was terrifying, and this was its territory. Many rocks became its attacking weapons. Many huge rocks fell like meteorites, making it difficult for people to deal with them. Only the high-ranked holy emperors could get close enough to harm the Earth Spike Dragon. However, they were also afraid of getting too close. If they were hit by the Earth Spike Dragon, their bodies wouldn't be able to take it. However, these people had many strange weapons in their hands. After a round of fighting, the Earth Spike Dragon couldn't take it anymore and disappeared into the ground. These people could only watch as it left. They couldn't do anything to it. This battle had caused the surrounding mines to collapse. Many miners had been buried alive. The people supervising the mines had also lost a large number of experts. It could be said that the losses were disastrous. Damn it, I didn't think that there would be such a Earth Spike Dragon hidden here. Fortunately, we've already dug enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any food to eat, Lu Jinsi gloomily shouted. Tai Lang also helplessly said, "There's nothing we can do. In our line of work, we'll always run into these kinds of things. In the past, we'd only run into 1 or 2 stone beasts. I didn't think that we'd run into such a big fellow this time. Once we get back, we'll gather some people and think of a way to get rid of this big fellow. Otherwise, we won't be able to dig in peace here." He paused for a moment before asking another Holy Emperor, "Have you checked to see if any of the miners are still alive?" The Holy Emperor replied, "I'm afraid that apart from a few who didn't enter the mines, there aren't many who are still alive. Many of them are also heavily injured. Unless they're willing to give them pills to unseal their power and allow them to recover, they'll be crippled." Tai Lang lightly frowned and said, "Let's just free them all." Tai Lang's words undoubtedly announced that the heavily injured miners who weren't dead had no choice but to die. The Holy Emperor nodded. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he thought of something and turned around to say, "Right, that kid who was captured a few days ago is actually fine. He even saved an old man who was about to die." Could it be that he didn't enter the mines? Or that his power has been unsealed? Lu Jinsi asked. The Holy Emperor shook his head and said, "That's not the case. That kid was also in the mines at the time, and he was buried alive along with the others. The collapse of the mines was the force of tens of thousands of kilograms of rocks crashing down. Those who were lucky enough to survive are all half dead, but that kid's power was sealed, yet he's completely fine. He even took the opportunity to save people. I think that kid might have some trump cards up his sleeve. Hearing the Holy Emperor's words, Tai Lang and Lu Jinxi's eyes lit up. Only Ling Xiao and Old Man Tian were able to come out of the mines unscathed. Old Man Tian didn't have many days left to live, so he didn't have the ability to save himself. Ling Xiao took into account that Old Man Tian had told him many things over the past few days and treated him as an ordinary friend. Thus, when the mines collapsed, Ling Xiao acted to save him. Ling Xiao's strength naturally hadn't recovered, but he still had a monstrous physical body. Even though he had lost his power, the power contained within his body was no less than that of a saint. Many of the falling rocks were smashed apart by him, allowing him to escape from the mines in the shortest time possible. Old Man Tian had already fainted from fright. When he opened his eyes, he didn't think that he would still be alive. He sighed inwardly at how lucky he was. However, when he saw the upright figure beside him, he knew that his old life had been saved by Ling Xiao. He felt somewhat grateful, but more than that, he felt that Ling Xiao would soon be able to rid himself of his status as a lowly commoner. Old Brother Tian, are you all right? Ling Xiao asked Old Man Tian as he bent down. Old Man Tian struggled to sit up and replied, Old Brother Tian, thank you for saving these old bones of mine. I won't die for now. Actually, it would have been better if Old Brother Ling hadn't saved me, sigh. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and said, Old Brother Tian, don't give up on yourself. As the saying goes, after suffering comes happiness. When the boat reaches the bridgehead, everything will straighten out. Until the end, how can you know that things won't take a turn for the better? Old Man Tian wanted to say something, but someone walked towards them and he immediately shut his mouth. A high-level saint stopped in front of Ling Xiao and called out, Come here, the commander wants to see you. In front of these supervisors, all lowly commoners were inferior and had no human rights. Ling Xiao nodded and turned to Old Man Tian. Old Brother Tian, it's better for you to fulfill your wish in the future. With that, he followed the supervisor to a nearby tent. Old Man Tian pondered over Ling Xiao's words, and his eyes flashed. He thought to himself, could it be that Old Brother Ling really has a way to rid himself of his status? Chapter 1047. After nearly 2 months of digging, although Ling Xiao's handsome appearance was still there, most of it was covered by the dirt. His clothes were dirty and messy, and his original confident and elegant appearance had disappeared. Instead, he looked like a scholar who had fallen from grace. Only his pair of dragon eyes still gave off a feeling that people didn't dare to look at directly. With his strength, it was easy for him to get rid of the pill's power. The reason why he stayed was because he wanted to understand the situation in the heavenly domain, so that it would be easier for him to walk on this divine land in the future. When Ling Xiao entered the tent, he saw that the Holy Emperor was already sitting there drinking wine and chatting, as if he didn't care about what had just happened. Commander, the person has been brought. The Holy Emperor bowed to Tai Lang who was sitting on the main seat. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao who was standing ramrod straight and shouted, Lowly commoner, why haven't you knelt down and paid your respects to the commander? Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him, still calmly standing in the middle of the field, looking around at the crowd. The Holy Emperor was a little angry and wanted to attack Ling Xiao, but Tai Lang waved his hand and said, You can withdraw first. Then, Tai Lang's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, faintly saying, I didn't expect you to be so angry. Many of the lowly commoners who came before were a cut above others in their original places, but after coming here, they were just lowly commoners not worth mentioning. Their persistence is only because they haven't recognized the facts in front of them. Now your life is in my hands, I want you to live, I want you to die, I want you to die. Don't tell me you still think you can escape from the palm of my hand? For some reason, Tai Lang looked at Ling Xiao in a bad mood. He knew that this young man hadn't been tortured enough. If he had been tortured for dozens of years, or even hundreds of years, this young man in front of him wouldn't have such a proud and unyielding appearance. Why did you call me here? Just say it. If you want to kill or torture me, then do as you please. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. On the surface, he appeared to be very calm, but in fact, He was already ready to use the power of his soul to break through the obstruction of the sealed pill and regain his freedom. You do have some backbone, but if I don't request for the seal heavenly water from above, you're just a cheap life, Tai Lang said disdainfully. He paused for a moment before continuing. Since you were able to escape from the mine so quickly, it proves that you have some ability or some trump card, right? Ling Xiao's heart jumped as he thought to himself, is Mo you really going to touch my space ring? When Ling Xiao's strength was sealed, none of these people had taken his space ring. Yang Kai had learned from Old Man Tian that the reason he hadn't touched his space ring was because he felt it was beneath him to do so. They must have felt that the untouchables came from the land of exile, so they wouldn't have anything good. Even if they took it, it would be useless. It would be better to keep the untouchables' lives to mine for them. Commander, let's get back to business. Don't scare this brat, Lu Jinsi said with a smile. Tai Lang drank a mouthful of wine and said, don't worry, no matter what you're relying on, this commander doesn't care about those things of yours. I called you here today to give you a way out of being a lowly commoner. Ling Xiao asked calmly, what do you need me to do? Haha, you're quite smart. Follow us back to the city in 2 days, and when you recover your strength, we'll send you to the prison arena. As long as you win 20 matches in a row, you'll be able to obtain the seal heavenly water, Tai Lang said with a smile. Prison arena? Ling Xiao walked out of the tent, puzzled. The mine had already been completely destroyed, and there weren't many survivors, so there was no need for them to dig for the time being. Ling Xiao found Old Man Tian and asked about the prison arena. When Old Man Tian heard this, he immediately cried out in surprise, they want you to enter the prison arena? Ling Xiao nodded. They say that if you win 20 matches, you can obtain the seal heavenly water. Old Man Tian sighed. Ah, it sounds easy, but it's completely life-threatening. Following that, Old Man Tian explained the situation of the prison arena to Ling Xiao. It turned out that it was just a vile hobby of the various powers. It was to have these lowly commoners or sinners enter the prison arena to engage in a life-and-death battle. These life-and-death battles didn't allow the use of any weapons, and neither were they allowed to summon spiritual beasts to assist them. It was a clash of flesh and blood, and it was quite exciting. These were precisely the sort of things that the young masters and ladies of the various powers liked. At the same time, there would also be people who would place bets on who would win or lose. In the prison arena, there was only a fight to the death. There was no such thing as surrendering. Only when the other party died would it be considered a victory. Furthermore, these battles couldn't be stopped, and one had to win 20 matches in a row to obtain the reward. The competition was quite cruel and merciless. After listening to Old Man Tian's explanation, Ling Xiao had a rough idea of what was going on. Who would have thought that these people would completely look down on the people who came from the stronghold? Fortunately, he had kept Euro Fei, Sha Tian, Feng Qingyuan and Xianxia into the medicine cauldron and didn't let them ascend the altar of heaven personally. Otherwise, they would have been separated and would have been treated the same way as him. Old Man Tian looked at the emotionless Ling Xiao and thought that he was afraid. He patted his shoulder and said, if you're afraid, then beg them to let you stay. It's better to be captured alive than to die. Ling Xiao knew that Old Man Tian was comforting him, so he nodded obediently. 2 days later, most of the people in the area began to return to the city. Some stayed behind, and the surviving miners also had to stay behind. Only Ling Xiao was brought away. About 10 days later, the group finally arrived in front of a large city. This city was called Stone Sky City, and it was one of the cities under the jurisdiction of the Green Moon Palace. This city was incomparably vast, and its scale was definitely not something that the cities that Ling Xiao had seen before could compare to. The martial artists who came and went were all incomparably powerful. The strength of heavenly venerables and mystic thearchs could be seen everywhere, and there were many saints as well. Only the Holy Emperor's strength could be considered a top-notch expert. Ling Xiao sighed. There's really a heaven beyond heaven, and there's always someone better. The cities in the central region are practically trash compared to this place. As expected of the heaven region. Ling Xiao did not come here in vain. Ling Xiao also understood why the people in the heaven region were so strong. It was because the heaven region not only had rich heaven and earth spirit energy, but it also contained many source energies. This was the purest energy without any impurities. Any martial artist who absorbed it would be able to improve their cultivation speed. Moreover, This place was vast and abundant with all kinds of strange treasures. After a martial artist harvested these strange treasures, they could increase their strength faster and improve their physique. Of course, there was no lack of cultivation resources for their descendants, and the speed of their growth was naturally not something that the central region, strongholds, and other places could compare to. Ling Xiao followed Tai Lang and the others into the city, and then was brought to a pavilion to be settled down, waiting for orders at any time. Ling Xiao rested in the house for 2 more days. During these 2 days, some people brought him some rare spirit herbs and beast meat for him to eat. Ling Xiao knew that these were all spirit herbs that could increase the strength of the physical body, and it was likely that the time to enter the battle arena was approaching. In the most luxurious and extravagant brothel in Stone Sky City, it was a scene of singing and dancing, lively and joyous. Many wealthy guests embraced the tender beauties, wantonly singing and drinking, and were extremely happy. Many nobles sat on the banquet table and drank wine, while the beautiful concubines danced gracefully, and the music suddenly sounded, as if they were the heavens. This was the difference between heaven and hell compared to the scene of fighting and killing outside all day long. On the banquet table, Tai Lang and Lu Jinsi were accompanied by beautiful concubines, and the people sitting with them were also existences with similar strength. These people were all in the same camp, and they belonged to the external staff of the Cyan Moon Palace, so their status was not high. But in this city they could be considered to be famous figures. Of course, the person sitting above the chairman was the city lord of Stone Sky City, Guanzhong, an external elder of the Cyan Moon Palace. He was the most powerful person here, and the seal-breaking heavenly water was in his hands. Guanzhong looked like an elegant middle-aged man, and beautiful concubines poured wine and massaged his shoulders on both sides. He glanced at Tai Lang and Lu Jinsi and said with a smile, "I heard that you brought back a lowly commoner this time, and are preparing to let him fight in the prison arena?" Tai Lang cupped his hands towards Guanzhong and said, "City Lord is right, this person is very young, and I can sense that his life index is actually not more than 100 years old, but he has the strength of the Holy Emperor, defeating my fierce subordinate Lu Haida without any injuries." A few days ago the Earth Spike Dragon appeared, and the mine collapsed, crushing many miners to death, but that brat was actually safe and sound, and even took the opportunity to save a person. I am sure that this brat has some strength, so I let him give it a try, and at the same time see how his potential value is. If the city lord takes a liking to him, introduce him to the palace elders, and we will also be able to bask in some glory. If not, then let him die in the prison arena. Lu Jinsi also said, "That's right, city lord. Although this child came from a place of exile, there is no lack of talented people in that place. When the time comes, please pay more attention to him." Just as Lu Jinsi finished speaking, a person opposite him said with a smile, "It seems that the 2 brothers value that person very much. Why don't we each place a bet and see if he can compare to my subordinate, Madman?" This person's name was Bai Che Gao, and his status was the same as Tai Lang's, Commander Fong. It was just that Bai Che Gao had always been at odds with Tai Lang and the others. He had once fought over a prostitute, and this enmity had not subsided for 100 years. Both sides had always been fighting openly and secretly, wanting to squeeze each other. A person who was on good terms with Bai Che Gao said, "That's right, since Commander Tai and Commander Lu think so highly of that person, he must be extraordinary. Why don't we privately make a bet and let the city lord be the witness?" Tai Lang and Lu Jinsi's expressions were somewhat ugly. Of course they knew how powerful that Madman was. It had to be known that that guy was a killing machine that had won 50 rounds in a row, and all of his opponents had been torn apart by him. Although they were optimistic about Ling Xiao, they were only optimistic about Ling Xiao's prospects. If he were to go up against that Madman, they wouldn't have any confidence. However, they were all people who cared about face. Since it had already been said to this point, they had no choice but to accept it. In their hearts, they could only pray that Ling Xiao would give them a pleasant surprise. That's good too. When the time comes, this city lord will invite the various families to watch and liven things up. I hope this city lord won't be disappointed. Guanzhong said. A holy emperor who was not even 100 years old was very rare here, and Guanzhong was also somewhat looking forward to it. Chapter 1048. The prison arena was located in a corner of the city and occupied an extremely large area. Most of the places were for guests to sit and watch the battles. In the middle of the arena, there was a 400 to 500 meter wide martial field. This martial field was made of rare stone, and it was impossible for an ordinary holy emperor to shatter it. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the martial field being destroyed. Furthermore, the martial field was protected by a top-notch formation, so none of the attacks would spill out. The prison arena would only be held once a month, and the various powers would recommend candidates. Apart from some lowly commoners, barbarians, beastmen, and other lowly people, there would also be some disciples from influential families who would enter the prison arena to train. However, the disciples from influential families who dared to enter were the cream of the crop of their generation. They hoped to strengthen their temperament through the fighting, hone their profound skills, and increase their combat strength. The people of the Heaven Domain loved to fight, and killing and reeking of blood was something that they were used to, so there was nothing wrong with it. The prison arena hadn't started yet, but the list of battles had already been announced. Many gamblers pointed at the list and discussed who they should bet on to win and who would be the banker. Look, that barbarian madman has been arranged to fight again. It's actually 5 to 1, the odds are really low. There's no need for that. He has already won 50 matches in a row, and no one even dares to go up. I'm afraid that there will still be people betting on him even if the odds are 10 to 1. That martial maniac who won 40 matches in a row is also going up. The odds are 3 to 1, so it looks like there's going to be a good show to watch. There's also a barbarian who won 20 matches here. Why are there suddenly so many fierce people going up? Speaking of which, who is this Ling Xiao? It sounds like a girl's name, but he actually came to the prison arena. Could it be that he's here to fight to his death? The odds are actually 1 to 5, so it looks like he has no chance. The fights in the prison arena were about to start, and many nobles, young masters, and young mistresses who wanted to watch the life and death fights squeezed into the arena, all of them looking excited. At this time, City Lord Guanzhong had also arrived. However, he was not the leader this time, as there was a young man and woman in front of him who were the main characters. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful and noble. When they walked together, they looked like a perfect match. The man was an inner disciple of the Blue Moon Palace, and his name was Feng Holin. He was not even 500 years old, but he had already reached the level of the Holy Emperor. This Ten Bin was extremely outstanding no matter where he went. The woman was the daughter of the Zhang family, the #1 family in Stone Sky City. Her name was Zhang Lianhua, and she was famous for her talent in business. Ten Bin was not weak either. It was said that he used to be an outer disciple of Green Moon Palace, but he later returned to serve his family. This prison arena was jointly organized by the Zhang family, the city master's office, and a few other families. Zhang Lianhua was the true manager of this prison arena. Even though Feng Holin and Zhang Lianhua were only inner and outer sect disciples of Green Moon Palace, it was enough for an outer sect elder like Fan Guanzhong to lower his status and greet them. After all, Feng Holin's master was the disciple of an inner sect elder of Green Moon Palace, and the Zhang family was also famous in Stone Sky City. Guanzhong did not dare to put on airs. Junior sister Zhang, I heard that your prison arena is very popular. Today I came to take a look, and it is indeed shocking. Feng Holin looked at Zhang Lianhua's pig-like appearance and said, anyone with a discerning eye could see the strong desire in Feng Holin's eyes. Zhang Lianhua was not from a good family, and immediately said with a father's voice, what are you saying, senior brother Feng? If these battles were placed in the palace, they would not be worth mentioning. They are just for some idle people to cause a ruckus and play around. When Feng Holin heard Zhang Lianhua's voice, all of his bones relaxed. He had long known about Zhang Lianhua's flirtatious nature. Back in the palace, he had heard that many senior brothers and junior sister Zhang had a good time together. Now that he had also become an inner sect disciple, he could not help but find an excuse to come here to play. He wanted to have a taste of how comfortable Zhang Lianhua's flirtatious nature was. Junior sister Zhang is too modest. I heard from City Lord Fan that there are many experts here, but unfortunately, they are all lowly commoners. Otherwise, we could pick a few of them to enter the palace as disciples to strengthen our palace, Feng Holin said with a smile. At this time, Guanzhong interjected, that is the truth. Weapons are not allowed in the prison arena, and only one's strength is allowed to fight. This is the best way to see one's combat strength, and those who can win 20 times in a row are all ruthless and powerful people. They all have the qualifications to obtain the seal-breaking heavenly water and remove their status as lowly commoners. So that's how it is. Then I'll have to take a good look. If I can find a few people from here to enter the palace, I believe it will be of great help to junior sister Zhang's prison arena. Feng Holin replied. Zhang Lianhua smiled lightly and said, "Thank you, senior brother Feng." As the group spoke, they had already arrived at the center of the arena and sat down to watch the battle. At this time, Ling Xiao, who had been arranged to enter the prison arena, had already been called in front of Tai Lang. "You will enter the prison arena in a bit. This is a recovery pill. Take it." Tai Lang threw a pill in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao bluntly swallowed the pill, and the sealed power began to circulate. The stuffiness in his chest was also able to relax. Tai Lang saw that Ling Xiao did not show any joy at recovering his strength, so he immediately looked at Ling Xiao in a higher light. As long as you win 20 matches in a row in the prison arena, you can get rid of your current identity. You can go anywhere you want in the vast region. Do you have the confidence? Tai Lang asked. "I'll do my best. I don't want to die here anyway," Ling Xiao replied indifferently. He paused for a moment and then said, "If I can get rid of my identity by winning 20 matches, then if I win 40 matches, can I atone for someone and get rid of his identity as well?" Tai Lang raised an eyebrow and immediately asked, "Who do you want to atone for?" "I want you to let Old Man Tian go," Ling Xiao directly said. In fact, he and Old Man Tian were just acquaintances, so he naturally would not risk his life for him. However, he felt that in the prison arena, as long as no god came out to fight, he would not fear anyone. Moreover, he would regard these duels as the first step to making a name for himself in the heaven domain. Tai Lang saw that Ling Xiao was actually so confident and immediately patted his chest. "If you can win 40 matches in a row, even giving you a few minors won't be a problem." "Many thanks, sir." Ling Xiao cupped his fists slightly. Yang Kai did not have any hatred towards Tai Lang and the others. After all, the people of the heaven domain treated those who had been sent to exile in the same way. This was a world where the weak preyed on the weak, so as long as he displayed enough strength, he believed that these people would wag their tails in front of him like dogs in the future. At the same time, he also wanted to obtain more seal-breaking heavenly water, as there were still 3 people in his space ring who needed it. If you can't win the match, then you won't be able to come out alive. What are you thanking me for? Tai Lang thought to himself. As soon as he thought of that man lunatic, he lost all confidence. What's more, there was also a martial arts fanatic, which really gave him a headache. Losing the bet was a small matter, but losing face was a big deal. "All right, you can go now. Someone will take you to the prison arena and inform you about the relevant matters." Tai Lang waved his hand. As soon as Ling Xiao left, Lu Jinxi hurriedly walked in and said, "You Tai Lang, not only did you bet with Bai Che Gao, but you also secretly had someone sell 1,000,000 coins for you for Man Lunatic to win. What a good plan." Hee, who doesn't know that Man Lunatic has barbarian bloodline? With his powerful body and extreme strength, who can defeat him without using a weapon? Although I also hope that Ling Xiao will win, but I can't make a losing deal. Tai Lang said with a smile. Hee, who doesn't know that Man Lunatic has barbarian bloodline? Fortunately, Old Five told me, so I also bet 1,000,000 coins, otherwise I would have really lost. Lu Jinxi laughed. Ling Xiao was taken to a single room in the prison arena and asked to change into a uniform for a duel. Ling Xiao had no choice but to comply. This was a tight-fitting short-sleeved martial attire, which vividly displayed his handsome figure. His jade-like skin was so beautiful that it made people jealous. Even women would go crazy for him if they saw him. No one could imagine that there would be a man with such beautiful jade-like skin. It was simply like a divine body. Even the man who brought Ling Xiao here couldn't help but stare at him a few times. After Ling Xiao changed his clothes, the man explained to Ling Xiao about the matters in the duel arena. Since Ling Xiao was a lowly commoner, he had to be the banker from the beginning in order to get rid of this lowly status. Before the duel, he had to be the first to go on stage and win 20 matches in a row to be bestowed with the seal-breaking heavenly water. During the duel, weapons were not allowed to be used, and spiritual beasts were not allowed to be summoned. They could only fight with their fists and feet. Only by directly killing the opponent would one be considered to have won. Ling Xiao had heard about these general principles from Old Man Tian. Now that he had heard them again, he had a more thorough understanding of them. Of course, it was not Ling Xiao's turn to be the banker at the beginning of the duel. There were other people fighting first. He looked at the prison arena through the window and saw that it was already a boiling cauldron of voices. It was an extraordinarily lively scene. There were no less than 50,000 people, and most of them were famous and prosperous people in Stonehaven City. At the same time, there were also some powerful rogue cultivators and mercenaries who came to watch the duel. Following the sound of the horn, a tall and strong man appeared in the arena. This person was nearly 3 meters tall and looked as mighty as a small giant. His appearance was ferocious and frightening, and his chest was as strong as iron. His aura was extremely domineering and extraordinary. As soon as he went on stage, someone immediately exclaimed, "This person should be the little giant Tucker." It is said that he is a lowly commoner captured by the Meng family. Looking at his aura, I'm afraid he is at the peak of the Saint realm. With this strength, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to maintain 20 consecutive victories. That's hard to say. I heard that the Meng family lost 3 elders of the Holy Emperor in order to catch this big guy. His combat strength is not to be underestimated. It seems that this person should have a secret technique to increase his combat strength. Otherwise, how could he make the Holy Emperor suffer a grievance? It's just that compared to that man lunatic, I'm afraid he is still too far away. He should be happy that man lunatic won't go on stage in the first round. Indeed, that man lunatic is very hot right now. He can obviously get rid of his status, but he still wants to stay in this prison arena to fight. He really is a perverted madman. Chapter 1049. The prison arena was in a hubbub of voices, and the noise was endless. As expected, Tucker, who was the first to go up and guard the stage, couldn't be judged by normal means. His body was like an iron wall, and he smashed all the people who went up to the stage into meat paste. Not only did the smell of blood not make people feel disgusted or afraid, but it also made the officials and nobles cry out in alarm, and from time to time, they would burst into warm applause. In their eyes, the people in the arena weren't people killing people, but they saw them as wild beasts killing each other. They didn't have the slightest bit of sympathy, only the excitement of watching a show. Ling Xiao looked at the battles with cold eyes, and thought to himself, could it be that the people of the heaven realm are also abnormal, and they like to look at others like monkeys? It seems that I really can't not have an identity here. I have to make my name known first. After Tucker won 7 cities in a row, he finally met a ruthless scum. The other party relied on his agile movement skills to make it impossible for him to catch the other party's traces, and he was directly exhausted to death on the stage by his opponent. Tucker's death was a failure, and it was the next person's turn to guard the stage. After a series of tragic battles, the arena was already stained with a bloody stench. Fortunately, the broken limbs would be cleaned up after the battle, otherwise it would look even more disgusting. After more than half a day, it was finally Ling Xiao's turn to go up. He was brought to the passage and handed the token with his name engraved on it to the steward. The steward looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and thought to himself, what a young fellow. He's actually a lowly commoner. What a pity. Ling Xiao strode towards the prison arena. He smelled the smell of blood, but his heart was abnormally calm. According to his previous observations, different opponents would be arranged on the stage according to the strength of the guard. For example, Tucker had the strength of a saint, so the people who were arranged to fight were only of the same strength as him. If they couldn't defeat him at the same level, then they would gradually let people who were of a higher level than him take action. This made the battle more enjoyable. Otherwise, if the guard died in an instant, wouldn't it be boring? When Ling Xiao stood on the stage, the surrounding people cried out in surprise. What a handsome commoner! He's actually going to the Colosseum. How pitiful! If I had known that such a handsome person existed, I would have bought him and taken good care of him. He doesn't look more than 100 years old, but he was able to return from his place of exile. It seems that Ten Bin isn't weak. His body looks sturdy, but he's still too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind here. I wonder how many rounds he can last. He said that he was brought by Commander Tai Lang. He also made a bet with Commander Bai Che Gao. If Ling Xiao can hold on until the end, Man Lunatic will go and fight him. It looks like Tai Lang thinks highly of this peasant. I hope that he doesn't piss his pants when he sees blood. On the high platform, City Lord Guanzhong looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. This peasant Ten Bin is indeed extraordinary. I heard from Tai Lang that he reached the Holy Emperor realm before he was even 100 years old. This kind of Ten Bin is outstanding no matter where he is. A hint of jealousy flashed across Feng Holin's eyes as he said, he's probably just a lucky kid who got lucky by chance. In our palace, he's not worth mentioning. Zhang Lianhua agreed. That's right. Senior brother Feng's Ten Bin is stronger than this peasant. In reality, she was secretly praising him. I didn't expect him to be such a handsome person. If he can successfully guard the stage, I'll stay behind myself. Bai Che Gao, who was sitting nearby, sneered. So what if he has 10 bin? If he wants to pass 20 rounds in a row, he'll only die. What's the use? Lord Commander, I don't know if a lowly commoner with oily hair and powdered face can withstand a punch from Madman Man. A person beside him flattered. It won't look good if he loses too quickly. I've already told Man Lunatic to play with him. It's best if he explodes his chrysanthemum. Haha. Bai Che Gao laughed lightly. No one at the side of the arena was optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. Even Tai Lang and Lu Jinsi, who were watching, felt that it was unlikely that Ling Xiao would be able to defend all 20 rounds. This was a battle of attrition. Ling Xiao's first opponent went up. This person looked to be only middle-aged. His body was extremely sturdy, and there were many scars on his body. His entire body was emitting a strong and ferocious aura. It was obvious that he had honed his aura through many battles. Brat, you dare to come to the prison arena with your soft and tender skin? Your legs must be trembling. Scream as much as you want. I'll treat you well. The middle-aged man sneered and rushed forward. The prison arena was mainly a clash of fists and feet. No weapons were allowed. The middle-aged man in front of him was proficient in fist techniques. Every punch contained the power to split the heavens and split the earth. He was a peak low-tier holy emperor, and the power of space he carried could be said to be terrifying. The power of his fists seemed to converge into a strange beast that roared at Ling Xiao. As soon as this person punched, the people at the side of the arena couldn't help but cry out. They saw that Ling Xiao didn't move at all, as if he had turned a blind eye to the middle-aged man's fist. The others thought that he hadn't reacted in time and was about to die under the fist. Could it be that this brat is really here to die? The middle-aged man's fist was already right in front of Ling Xiao. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't have any reaction, he guessed in his heart. Unfortunately, just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. His body immediately flew out like a cannonball. Bang! The middle-aged man fell to the edge of the arena like a shrimp, his body lying on the arena motionlessly. The judge at the side of the arena hadn't reacted yet, and the people at the side of the arena also became silent. Judge, what are you still standing there for? Go see if he's dead or not. Zhang Lianhua shouted from the high platform. The judge quivered and immediately ran to the arena to see if the middle-aged man was dead or alive. The judge quickly exclaimed, Wang Chen is dead, Ling Xiao wins. Next, Lu Dahu, please come up. At this moment, there was a sudden uproar from the side of the arena. How is this possible? Wang Chen couldn't even take one move and died. Rumor has it that Wang Chen already has the strength to break through to the mid-tier Holy Emperor. He has been on the arena many times and has never lost, but he couldn't even take one kick from his opponent. Could it be that this lowlife is really strong? Why didn't I feel his aura? I guess you can't judge a book by its cover. This time, there's going to be a good show to watch. Maybe Wang Chen was careless and died because he hit his weak point. If this lowlife can pass 5 rounds in a row, then I'll believe that he has some ability. Lu Dahu looked extremely simple and honest. He wore a set of tiger skin and looked like a hunter in the mountains. He even had a silly smile on his face, giving people the impression that he was a harmless person. Greetings, young master. Lu Dahu actually greeted Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's vigilance dropped a little, and he thought to himself, could this guy be a fool? Just as he slightly relaxed, a tiger's roar rang out. Roar! Lu Dahu was like a ferocious tiger that was released from its cage, and his aura became extremely fierce. A tiger's shadow appeared beside him, looking especially majestic. His body pounced forward, and his speed was as fast as lightning. His tiger fist mercilessly smashed towards Ling Xiao's head. Lu Dahu's transformation happened in the blink of an eye, and no one could have imagined that he would be so fierce. His previous harmless appearance had disappeared without a trace, and it was replaced by a thick killing intent. Ling Xiao was also shocked. Fortunately, his reaction speed was fast.
When the fist landed on his head, he left an afterimage where he stood, and his real body had already swept to the side.
Lu Dahu didn't care that Ling Xiao was able to dodge his attack.
His eyes revealed a frightening ruthlessness, and his tiger fist carried all of his strength as it smashed towards Ling Xiao.
There seemed to be a few more Tiger Kings in the arena, and they were constantly roaring, which was very enjoyable to watch. The people at the side of the arena kept shouting, and the atmosphere was once again raised. Ling Xiao dodged a few times, and a sneer appeared on his face. Playing the pig to eat the tiger? This prince also knows how. Ling Xiao finally stopped dodging, and he also fiercely punched towards Lu Dahu's tiger fist. Bang! Ah! Lu Dahu was just about to rejoice at being able to clash with Ling Xiao head-on. He felt that with his strength, killing this brat would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came into contact with Ling Xiao's fist, a terrifying power instantly destroyed his arms. The pain almost made him faint. Just as his body was sent flying, a chill instantly filled the air, and from his broken arms, it quickly entered his internal organs, wantonly wreaking havoc. By the time Lu Dahu crashed to the ground, he had already been frozen into a block of ice. His horrified expression was frozen in place, and it looked especially strange. The Skyfrost Fist was a fist technique that Ling Xiao rarely used, but its power wasn't inferior to the cloud-expelling palm and wind god's kick. Currently, Ling Xiao didn't want to reveal his trump card too quickly, so he used it. With his current strength, the power of the Skyfrost Fist had naturally increased. Lu Dahu was only a low-level Holy Emperor at the peak. Although his Tiger Fist could threaten an average mid-level Holy Emperor, it was still unable to withstand a single blow from Ling Xiao. Lu Dahu's arms were broken in one punch, and his internal organs were also damaged by the frost-hidden force. There was no way for him to reverse the situation, and he was directly frozen to death. Ling Xiao had killed his opponent with a single move in 2 consecutive rounds, and this immediately drew enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Ling Xiao knew that these cheers were just people who thought that he was a trapped beast, and they were cheering because they thought it was worth watching. Then came the third opponent, and this person was also a mid-level Holy Emperor. However, this person was no exception. He was killed in one move by Ling Xiao. If 1 or 2 people were killed by Ling Xiao in one move, it proved that the 2 people were not strong enough. But then 5 people were killed by Ling Xiao in one move, which couldn't help but attract attention. After all, among these 5 people, 3 of them were existences at the same level as Ling Xiao. What a powerful lowly commoner. No wonder Lu Haida was captured not long after he went over. This time, he really picked up a treasure, Tai Lang said excitedly to himself at the side of the arena. Commander, why do you say that? Although his current performance is not bad, don't forget that the best is yet to come, Lu Jinsi reminded. Chapter 1050. This child actually has some ability. I can recommend him to the palace as an outer sect disciple. With his ability, he will most likely become an inner sect disciple soon. If an elder takes a liking to him as a true disciple, he might be grateful to me in the future. At that time, it won't be a problem for me to transfer him back to the palace to be an inner sect elder. Fan Guanzhong calculated in his heart. He originally wanted Feng Holin to recommend him, but seeing Feng Holin's arrogant manner, he knew this person was not reliable. On the side, Zhang Lianhua's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. The more she looked at Ling Xiao, the more she felt he was pleasing to the eye. As long as he can win 10 matches in a row, I will definitely take him in. Zhang Lianhua made up her mind. Although the prison arena had a rule that the person in charge of the arena had to win 20 matches in a row to be exempted from the status of a lowly commoner, people in charge like Zhang Lianhua had the privilege of forcefully making people stay. Ling Xiao didn't know what other people were thinking. He wanted to use his most valiant manner to let people know his strength. This was his first step out of the heaven domain, so he had to fight loudly. The 7th opponent came up, and it was actually a woman. The woman's face was covered by her messy hair, but Ling Xiao's green eyes could see through her appearance. Her face was actually covered in hideous scars, making her look incomparably terrifying. She let out a mournful howl like a beast. An especially thick and sticky evil energy surged out, and the illusion of a demon floated behind her. This woman used the serene underworld ghost claw. Each claw contained an aura as sharp as a knife cutting down. The ground made of rare stone was scratched with claw marks. This was something that even the previous holy emperors could not do. It could be seen how powerful this woman was. Facing this ghost claw, Ling Xiao felt the sharp aura coming at him. He knew that if he used his holy body to block it, he would most likely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, this woman actually cultivated the wind attribute. Her speed had reached a level where she could not be seen. Normal people would not be able to immediately catch her. If it was an ordinary martial artist of the same level, it would probably be a fierce battle. Moreover, it was unknown whether or not they could win. Ling Xiao had won his previous 6 battles with a single move. If he wanted to continue this record, he absolutely couldn't let this woman in front of him make him unable to handle her just because she was a little stronger. Ling Xiao used the Cloud Trace Phantom footwork to repeatedly dodge the woman's attacks. Moreover, he used his divine soul senses to capture the woman's flaws. Ling Xiao shouted without hesitation. His voice contained traces of the might of a dragon's roar, and it was directed at the woman. The woman's movements paused for a moment. Ling Xiao seized this critical opportunity to strike. Punching the human's Achilles heel. The temple. Bang! The woman's head was blasted apart by Ling Xiao. A pool of blood and brains spurted out, looking extremely disgusting. There was an uproar from the sidelines again, and everyone screamed incessantly. They all liked this bloody scene, but Ling Xiao had previously killed them with a single move. Moreover, every single one of them had been frozen to death, so it was rare to see blood. It was rare to see someone's brain explode, so they naturally liked it. As the 8th, 9th and 10th person were all killed by Ling Xiao in one move, Ling Xiao's popularity reached its peak. Good job, Ling Xiao. We support you. Continue to kill. Continue to kill. Ling Xiao is so handsome. I love you to death. I want to keep you as my mistress and pamper you every day. Killing an enemy with a single move. I hope that this will continue for 20 consecutive battles. Ling Xiao will definitely become famous in Stone Heaven City. The young masters and ladies at the sidelines cried out in surprise. They all realized that Ling Xiao's decisive killing methods were too powerful. When the 11th battle was about to begin, the referee called for a timeout. Many people from various forces began to redeem their captives in the prison arena, wanting to buy Ling Xiao back. The life of an untouchable could be measured in top-grade Xian crystals. A powerful untouchable like Ling Xiao was worth 500,000 top-grade Xian crystals, but Ling Xiao was currently fighting in the prison arena, and there were many bets open. If they wanted to buy him, they would have to spend 10 times more Xian crystals. Ling Xiao was called to the lounge, and Zhang Lianhua appeared there in person. She looked at Ling Xiao coquettishly, and her eyes were filled with joy and joy. Ling Xiao was brought into the room, which confused him. He thought to himself, didn't they say that I'm not allowed to rest in the middle of the battle? Could it be that someone is trying to harm me? Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, he saw the beautiful Zhang Lianhua's eyes twitch. Could it be that you want to use a honey trap on me and make me die of ejaculation? I definitely won't comply. Hurry up and greet our prison arena's manager, Miss Zhang. A guard beside Zhang Lianhua said coldly to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao hadn't expected this delicate woman to be the manager of the prison arena. Back then, he had thought that the person who created this prison arena was an old pervert. Greetings, Miss Zhang. Ling Xiao bowed slightly to Zhang Lianhua. Zhang Lianhua nodded with a smile, then waved at the person behind her, indicating for him to leave first. Ling Xiao, you're not bad. You killed your opponent with one move in 10 consecutive battles. It's a pity that you came from a place of exile. Zhang Lianhua walked around Ling Xiao and sighed softly. Her jade-like fingers gently stroked Ling Xiao's hard muscles, and her heart was filled with love. What a handsome person. What a strong body. What does Miss Zhang want to say? Why don't you be more direct? Ling Xiao asked. He had seen countless women and had already sensed this woman's flirtatious scent. He felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. Haha, join our Zhang family. As long as you're willing to nod, you can leave the prison arena right now, and I can even grant you the seal-breaking heavenly water. How about it? Zhang Lianhua laughed lightly. All the major forces wanted to find such powerful people to join their own forces and strengthen their own forces. Zhang Lianhua had recruited many ruthless people in the prison arena over the years, but none of them were as young and handsome as Ling Xiao. It was normal for her to be amorous, not to mention that she was a fickle woman. Many thanks for Miss Zhang's good intentions, but I promised Commander Tai Lang that I would win 40 matches in a row to get rid of my current status. If Miss Zhang insists, I'm afraid that Ling Xiao won't be able to explain himself to Commander Tai Lang in the future. Ling Xiao reacted very quickly. He knew that this was a chance to obtain the seal-breaking heavenly water, but he could resist temporarily not accepting it. At the same time, he was leading it to Tai Lang. In the future, Tai Lang's group would probably not have good days. Humph, he's just a commander. It is easy for our Zhang family to destroy them. I only ask if you agree.
As long as you nod, I don't think he will dare to say another word.
Zhang Lianhua snorted coldly. With Miss Zhang's words, Ling Xiao is reassured.
However, I still have a friend in the hands of Commander Tai Lang. This Ling Xiao is afraid that he will be implicated.
Ling Xiao responded. Don't worry. You and your friends can join our Zhang family. I will treat you well. As Zhang Lianhua spoke, she moved closer to Ling Xiao and kissed him on the cheek, her eyes filled with lust.
Then many thanks, Miss Zhang, but...
Ling Xiao hesitated.
Zhang Lianhua said. But what?
If you have anything to say it all at once. This miss will satisfy you. I heard that someone once won 50 matches in a row. Ling Xiao wants to challenge this record. Please allow me, miss.
Ling Xiao said sincerely.
Don't you know that your next opponent will be stronger than you? What's more, the person who won 50 matches in a row is a vicious character. Are you not afraid of being killed? You will join our Zhang family and get rid of your status as a lowly commoner. You have the freedom to choose whether or not to fight. Zhang Lianhua reminded. I know Miss Good Intentions, but if I do this, I will definitely break the rules of the prison field. Moreover, Ling Xiao has the confidence to continue winning. Please allow me, miss. Ling Xiao said. Zhang Lianhua pursed her lips and looked at Ling Xiao. She liked him more and more. She immediately gave Ling Xiao another kiss and said, Courageous enough. This is a true good man. Then I will allow you to fight again. In that case, many thanks, miss. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in response. Ling Xiao once again stepped onto the stage. The surrounding audience continuously cried out in surprise. The 11th opponent came up. This was a peak intermediate holy emperor. On the surface, his strength was already slightly higher than Ling Xiao's. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was like a rainbow. For the first time he took the initiative to attack. In the blink of an eye, he directly pierced through that person's chest and ended that person's life. Even the 11th, 12th, and 13th opponents were all peak intermediate holy emperor. They were all killed by Ling Xiao in one move. Everyone recognized one fact. Ling Xiao was already an invincible existence among his peers. In a changing room, a man who was meditating like an old monk listened to the reports around him. Finally, he could not help but open his eyes. His eyes were bursting with a fanatical desire for battle. This person's appearance was ordinary, but his aura was extraordinary. His name was Gao Zhan, and he was famous for being a martial arts fanatic. He was not a lowly commoner, but a direct descendant of the Gao family in Stone Heaven City. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he already had the strength of a peak intermediate holy emperor. It would not be a problem for him to become a high holy emperor soon. This person was naturally belligerent. In order to quickly become a high holy emperor, he actually lowered his status to fight and kill people in the prison arena. Moreover, he had recently won 40 consecutive matches. His fame was only slightly lower than Man Lunatic's. I've already won 13 matches in a row. This is good. Otherwise, it would be too boring when I come down. Gao Zhan muttered to himself.
The middle-aged man next to him said, Young master, you must be careful.
In these 13 matches, that lowly commoner killed his opponents in one move.
For the time being, no one has seen through his strength.
Killing an opponent in one move is not a big deal. He only did this to create psychological pressure for his later opponents. Moreover, those people are all trash. Go and help me register for the 15th match. It is not easy to find such an opponent. I believe that after I fight him, I will be able to break through to a higher level, Gao Zhan said with a strong desire to fight.
Yes, young master.
The middle-aged man responded and left. Chapter 1051. In another locker room, Bai Che Gao had already retreated from the audience's seats.
In front of him was a tower-like brawny man with a physique that was even stronger than the little giant Tucker he had seen before.
This person did not have any hair, and there were 2 crisscross scars on his bald head. He was not wearing any clothes on his upper body, and he only had a pair of pants on his lower body. The distinct muscles that were exposed were extremely shocking, and there were many crisscrossed scars on these explosive muscles, causing his entire body to emit a sharp murderous aura. He was the rumored man lunatic, who had already won 50 consecutive matches in the arena. He was the one with the highest winning streak in the past few decades. Is this really the last match? Man Lunatic asked in a low and hoarse voice. Yes, as long as you win this match, I can grant you more seal-breaking heavenly water. By then, your clansmen will be able to return from their exile. Expert Bai Che Gao said. Fine, he is only an intermediate holy emperor. I will definitely tear him apart. Man Lunatic said with a fierce look in his eyes. Don't underestimate him. He has already won 13 matches in a row, and in each match, he defeated his opponent with a single move. Bai Che Gao reminded. So what? He is only an intermediate holy emperor. Even if there are a few more of these small fries, if they can break my defense. Man Lunatic said disapprovingly. It's not a bad thing to be cautious. Besides, this is your last match. I hope nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, your clansmen will have to stay in their exile forever. Bai Che Gao warned. I know. I hope you will keep your word. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking up. Man Lunatic said in a deep voice. Bai Che Gao looked a little displeased. He turned around and left the locker room. Ling Xiao stabbed an icicle into the throat of his 14th opponent. The energy of the icicle quickly spread throughout his body, and Ling Xiao died. He killed his opponent with a single move, but it was very straightforward and decisive. His opponent for the 15th match slowly appeared. It was an ordinary-looking man. His aura was not as domineering as his previous opponents. His aura was restrained, making it impossible to tell his true strength. But under Ling Xiao's divine soul, his strength had nowhere to hide. The intermediate holy emperor was a perfect holy emperor, the kind of opponent who could step into the high tier at any time. From the looks of it, his accumulated power had been compressed. Once it exploded, it would definitely not be inferior to the high-tier holy emperor's strength. Ling Xiao confirmed in his heart, finally, a decent opponent has arrived. Look, it's actually that martial maniac Gao Zhan. Isn't he supposed to be the last to appear? You came out so early today. Could it be that you can't resist the itch? It's hard to find a good opponent. He's known as the martial maniac, and it's only because he feels that Ling Xiao is worthy of his challenge. He's already won 40 matches in a row, and if it weren't for the fact that he hasn't broken through to the high-tier holy emperor yet, I'm afraid that his opponent would be Man Lunatic. Now there's a good show to watch. The first 14 matches were too boring. That Ling Xiao looks weak, but his skills are solid. He can take someone's life as soon as he makes a move. Maybe he has a secret killing technique. Those who can come up from exile all have some ability, and this Ling Xiao is not even 100 years old. He's definitely an outstanding talent there. If he can get rid of his status as a peasant this time, there will definitely be a place for him in the region. The martial maniac is the #1 genius in our Stone Sky City. His rise is almost as fast as Miss Zhang Lianhua's. It's said that there are elders in the Cyan Moon Palace who have long wanted to accept him as an inner disciple. If he's killed by Ling Xiao, I'm afraid. You're not bad. Make your move, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Gao Zhan raised his eyes and said to Ling Xiao. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes, but he definitely had no intention of letting his guard down. Although he was called a martial maniac by others,
That was because he loved martial arts and pursued the peak of the martial way as his goal. He would never underestimate any of his opponents, or else he would not have won every battle. What he despised was only Ling Xiao's identity. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but these words are also for you," Ling Xiao said with the same disdain. Even if the other party had the ability to fight above their level, could it be that he, Ling Xiao, didn't have the same ability? 40 consecutive victories was Ling Xiao's goal, but it was not his ultimate goal. Since he wanted to make a name for himself in the Heaven Realm, he might as well leave a record of 100 consecutive victories here. He believed that his name would be enough to attract attention. When he thought of this, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit began to spread. For the time being, he did not want others to know that he cultivated multiple attributes at the same time, so he might as well only use the ice attribute to fight with Gao Zhan. With his battle prowess, no matter which attribute he used, his battle prowess would definitely not be low. When Gao Zhan sensed Ling Xiao's rising strength, he also became incomparably excited. Good, good. I hope this battle will not disappoint me. The two great young geniuses simultaneously erupted with battle prowess, causing the defensive light barrier to tremble slightly. "How about I let you have 3 moves first, after which I will take your life?" Ling Xiao said to Gao Zhan in disdain. "Hee, what a waste. Do you know that I have already won 40 consecutive rounds? You have only won 10 rounds in a row, and you are already proud? Today I will let you die knowing." Gao Zhan sneered and attacked Ling Xiao. Gao Zhan was proficient in fist and palm techniques, and he was currently using the rushing thunder palm. A thunderous palm shadow carrying the power to tear through space chopped towards Ling Xiao. He used a high-level footwork technique, and his speed was not inferior to that of an ordinary wind attribute warrior. In an instant, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. "Good, you do have some strength, but I will take your life within 10 moves." Ling Xiao lightly shouted and struck out with his Sky Frost fist. Bang bang! The fist and palm intersected, emitting a strong muffled sound, and the two simultaneously took 2 steps back. Immediately afterwards, the two of them struck out with attacks that were like raindrops, and the power of the 2 different attack attributes continuously sputtered out. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had actually exchanged more than 100 fists and palms. The spectators at the side of the arena cried out in excitement, and waves of applause came one after another. "Haha, how delightful, but it is still not enough." Gao Zhan laughed wildly, and purple lightning appeared on his palms. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Gao Zhan struck out with his palms at Ling Xiao in the air. The sound of his palms was like thunder, and the energy was like lightning. The power was extraordinary. Ling Xiao did not meet the attack head-on, and instead relied on his speed to quickly dodge. The power of Gao Zhan's palms landed on the arena, making a rumbling sound. A deep crack actually appeared on the ground of the arena, which showed how terrifying these 2 palms were. Ling Xiao took advantage of the moment when he landed and brazenly attacked. Frost began to form on his fists, looking extremely mystical. Waves of chilling intent emanated from his body. Frost marks. The shadow of frost constantly bombarded Gao Zhan, and the countless fists dazzled the spectators. This move was one of the extraordinary moves of the Sky Frost Fist. Once hit, one's body would be covered in frost and bruises. Gao Zhan was known as a martial arts fanatic, and his reaction speed was not comparable to that of an ordinary mid-level holy emperor. Surprisingly, he didn't dodge at all. Instead, his body was surrounded by purple lightning as he shouted, "Heavenly Lightning Guard!" The lightning seemed to form a defensive barrier, wrapping around Gao Zhan, and at the same time, it carried an offensive power to meet Ling Xiao's Frost Fist. This was a move that was both offensive and defensive, and it was not weaker than Ling Xiao's move at all. The two fought to their heart's content and were unusually fierce, and the surrounding spectators were in high spirits. "All right, now that the warm-up is over, die!" Gao Zhan shouted coldly, and his aura suddenly soared again. The power of thunder and lightning around him was even more majestic, and even the sky was about to be affected. It was only because of the isolation of the formation that the thunder and lightning in the sky could not be drawn down. But now, the power that he burst out had impressively reached the power of a high-level holy emperor. Thunder Fist Lightning Palm. This was Gao Zhan's peerless move, a combination of fist and palm,
suddenly smashing and slapping, like thunder and lightning, with irresistible force. Although Ling Xiao had already thought highly of Gao Zhan, now that he had used this powerful move that combined fist and palm, it made him pay more attention. He suddenly felt that this Gao Zhan seemed to have touched the edge of fist or palm intent. Good. Ling Xiao's aura also soared in an instant. He said that he would defeat Gao Zhan within 10 moves, and now that 6 moves had passed, there were still 4 moves left. He must fulfill his promise, and absolutely must kill Gao Zhan within these 4 moves. Unyielding Snow Frost. This was the most overbearing punch of the Sky Frost Fist. The ice and snow in the sky floated non-stop, and a lot of frost filled the entire arena. The thunder and lightning palm and the frost fist intertwined, and the arena became a purple and white magnetic field, making it impossible to see the situation of the 2 people in the arena. The power intertwined, and it seemed that the thunder and lightning attack power was weaker, and gradually had the upper hand. Haha, although your combat strength is not weak, you will still be defeated by my hands. Gao Zhan became more and more courageous, and had already approached Ling Xiao. His fist and palm were changing, and all of them were aimed at Ling Xiao's vital points. You are celebrating too early, the one who will be defeated will only be you. Ling Xiao concentrated all his strength on one point, and suddenly launched a desperate counterattack. Frost breaks the world. The last move of the Sky Frost Fist turned ice into fire, and like a roaring dragon of ice and fire, it forcibly smashed Gao Zhan's fist and palm into pieces. Now this is interesting, but the next move will be enough to take your dog life. Gao Zhan was worthy of being called a martial arts fanatic, and the stronger Ling Xiao was, the more his fighting spirit soared. The power of thunder and lightning from the fist and palm poured out from all directions, and the power of thunder and lightning was even more overbearing than the power of an ordinary high-level holy emperor. The defensive power in the surroundings was shaken to the point that it shook non-stop, and criss-crossed marks appeared on the ground one after another. If it were not for the fact that these stones were extremely hard, and that they were combined with other rare construction materials, they would have long been smashed into pieces. Ling Xiao did not expect Gao Zhan to have such combat strength, and it was enough to resist his power, which had increased by 10 times. The power of thunder and lightning surrounded Ling Xiao in a corner, bombarding him non-stop. After a long time, it gradually calmed down. Chapter 1052. Everyone held their breaths. Those who were able to sit here were not weak, and they could all feel the terrifying power of Gao Zhan's attack. If not for the protection of the defensive formation, the area within 10,000 kilometers would have been turned into charcoal by this lightning power. Ling Xiao was completely surrounded by this power. Would he still be able to survive? Feng Holin, who was sitting at the head of the table, finally let out a long sigh of relief and said, "It seems that Ling Xiao is finally going to lose. This Gao Zhan's strength is truly extraordinary. When I return to the palace, I will definitely get someone to recruit him into the palace. With his battle prowess, he might even be able to become a true disciple." Gao Zhan was indeed powerful, but his appearance was ordinary, so Feng Holin was not jealous of him. What he was more jealous of was Ling Xiao's cool appearance when he killed his opponent in one move. He could feel the admiration in Zhang Lianhua's eyes, which seemed to contain some affection. This made Feng Holin especially unhappy with Ling Xiao. Even though Ling Xiao had displayed great strength, he would not acknowledge Ling Xiao. Zhang Lianhua watched from the side and felt a slight heartache. She thought to herself, he's really overconfident. If I were to fight against this martial maniac, I wouldn't be able to win. What a pity for such a handsome boy. Although Zhang Lianhua had taken a fancy to Ling Xiao, she would not give him her heart, so she would not feel too bad. Fan Guanzhong was the strongest here, and he could faintly sense that although Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage, he should not be defeated yet. Tai Lang and Lu Jinsi, who were watching from the side, were also extremely disappointed. However, they also sighed inwardly. It's good that he lost. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to provoke the Gao family. The power of lightning covered the stage, and the terrifying power made people's scalps go numb. Just as the power of lightning disappeared, a refreshing voice cried out, "Haha, so what if you have 14 consecutive victories? Didn't you still end at my hands?" It was clear that this was Gao Zhan's victory cry. The arena was riddled with holes and was too horrible to look at. There was a figure lying motionless in a corner, as if he had already died. Gao Zhan floated in the air, purple lightning curling around his body, like a god of war, mighty and extraordinary. Everyone at the scene thought that Ling Xiao could not be more dead. Just as the referee was about to go up to examine the corpse, Ling Xiao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly bounced up. Everyone was in an uproar. They looked at Ling Xiao, who didn't suffer much injury, and all of them revealed looks of disbelief. Gao Zhan's attack just now was something that even a high-level holy emperor would find hard to endure, but Ling Xiao was actually unscathed. Gao Zhan's gaze also tightened, and a sneer appeared on his face as he said, "Very good, you actually didn't die. However, I think that you are already an arrow at the end of its flight, so you can die in peace now." With that, Gao Zhan once again attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's figure moved like a ghost, and at the same time, he tore off the torn clothes on his upper body, revealing his beautiful, powerful muscles. "If this is all you have, then the one who will die will be you," Ling Xiao said faintly. "What a tough mouth. Let's see how long you can continue to act tough." Gao Zhan was already angry, and he attacked again. Thunder Prison, Lightning Prison. As soon as this move was used, the weather changed, and purple lightning gathered in the sky. Although the power was blocked by the formation, Gao Zhan still forcibly borrowed it to possess his body. A terrifying power gathered on Gao Zhan, and his aura was close to that of a high-level holy emperor. He shouted loudly, and a majestic power blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyebrows jumped slightly, and he thought to himself, "The heaven region is indeed full of capable people. This person's battle power is actually so terrifying, but if he wants to defeat me, Ling Xiao, it's still not enough." All the power in Ling Xiao's body continued to gather in his meridians. Balls of power gathered, and in an instant, large patches of hailstones formed around the arena. Ling Xiao no longer suppressed his power, and his aura rose steadily. His strength had increased by 20 times, and although it hadn't reached its peak, he felt that it was enough to deal with Gao Zhan. Gao Zhan realized that Ling Xiao seemed to be using his full strength, and he immediately borrowed even more power from the world. A thunderous blow finally blasted towards Ling Xiao without mercy. It was like a sea of thunder hell, and also like a wild lightning prison. The endless power of thunder and lightning shook the arena's defenses. Some of the spectators couldn't help but cry out in alarm, afraid that the power of thunder and lightning would destroy the defensive formation and injure them. Ling Xiao also roared. He no longer used the Skyfrost fist, but instead turned his fist into a blade, and his palm into a saber. Rays of crystal saber light continuously slashed out, slashing away the power of thunder and lightning. "It's just a fake sea of thunder. Why should I, Ling Xiao, be afraid? I'll defeat you with this move," Ling Xiao said disdainfully. His power increased again, and the saber light shone brightly. The 6 arts of prideful cold: first art, cold glance; second art, 3 feet of ice; third art, red apricot wall; fourth art, peach branch rises to the sky; fifth art, snow treading for plum; sixth art, cold blade ice heart. All 6 arts were used at once. Ling Xiao used his palm as a blade, and at the same time, he used all of the 6 arts of prideful cold. Many saber lights seemed to split heaven and earth, and ice crystal saber shadows filled the sky. The chill spread out in waves, and the power could be described as shocking and earth-shattering. Gao Zhan, who was facing off against him, felt a chill enter his body, causing him to feel somewhat timid. How can this brat explode with such power? Even if it's a secret technique, he won't be able to hold on for long. He'll be the one to lose in the end. The powerful attacks collided, and the power that was released was extremely terrifying. The defensive formation continuously shook, and the surrounding spectators continuously cried out in alarm. It seems like this move will decide the victor. This is truly a fierce battle, and it's exciting enough. I just don't know who will be laughing in the end. Martial fanatic draws in the power of heaven and earth. Although Ling Xiao's strength is fierce, he won't be able to last for long. He'll probably be the one to lose. That's hard to say. Just now, Ling Xiao was completely fine after taking Gao Zhan's attack. Now that he's counterattacking, both sides will probably suffer. No matter what, these two are both top-notch existences. Whoever loses will still be honorable. At first, the power of thunder and lightning had the upper hand, But after a while, the ice crystal saber light suddenly appeared, and the two armies confronted each other. After a series of exchanges, the saber light actually flourished once again, and it contained an indescribable force that directly slashed the power of thunder and lightning away. The thunder prison and lightning prison seemed to have been directly smashed apart by the silver saber light, and the saber momentum bravely slashed towards Gao Zhan's head. Gao Zhan hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would suddenly burst forth with such a terrifying power. He suddenly felt that this power was different, and as he retreated, he revealed a look of shock and muttered, Could this be the saber intent realm? Since you know the existence of the saber intent realm, then go to hell. Ling Xiao's killing intent surged, and his attacks intensified once again. The endless saber light went straight for Gao Zhan's head. Originally, Ling Xiao had only comprehended the power of fist intent, but there were similarities between the concepts. Now that he used his palm as a blade and continuously used the prideful cold six formulas, the more he fought, the more smoothly it became, and there was a kind of interconnection between the concepts. It was just that the power of the saber intent was only at the beginning, and it was still far from the power of fist intent that he had comprehended. However, it was more than enough to deal with Gao Zhan. Gao Zhan was forced into a dangerous situation, and many parts of his body were attacked by the saber light. Blood kept bursting out, and he looked very embarrassed. He closely felt the saber intent realm that Ling Xiao had used, and there was actually a hint of brilliance in his eyes, as if he wanted to see the existence of his own concept from Ling Xiao's realm. Seeing that Ling Xiao's last saber was about to fall on Gao Zhan's head, Gao Zhan actually closed his eyes, and with one hand, he punched out, and the power of thunder and lightning surged at will, and it actually forcibly dispersed Ling Xiao's saber light. However, he was not in a good state either. His whole body was sent flying by Ling Xiao's power, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You actually blocked it, but you still have to die. Ling Xiao was slightly surprised, but his attacks did not stop there. The power contained in each of the prideful cold six formulas was extremely terrifying, and there was also a trace of the saber intent within it, which multiplied its power. Gao Zhan still had his eyes closed, and he seemed to have fallen into an epiphany. With the power of thunder and lightning on his body, his aura continued to soar, and he actually directly blocked the power of Ling Xiao's thunder and lightning magnetic field, making it difficult for him to be injured in the slightest. A lot of spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged towards him, and above the sky, thunder clouds gathered, and purple lightning fell from the sky. The defensive formation seemed to be unable to withstand it, and it was about to be destroyed. The people on the sidelines were shocked. On the high seat, Fan Guanzhong's expression changed, and he exclaimed, Quick! Quick! Strengthen the defense. He is about to break through, and the power of thunder and lightning will probably be even stronger. As Fan Guanzhong descended, many figures flashed, and the defensive formation was once again strengthened. Many holy emperors acted at the same time, preventing even more thunder and lightning from descending. As Gao Zhan's family, several holy emperors landed near the arena at the same time. One of the peak holy emperors shouted, We must ensure that young master successfully breaks through. We cannot let that brat hurt young master. No one had expected Gao Zhan to be so bold as to break through in the prison arena. If the opponent interfered, all of their efforts would be in vain, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Zhang Lianhua stood up and shouted at the people from the Gao family, What are you all doing? Hurry up and leave. Life and death are not allowed in the prison arena, and no one is allowed to interfere. Could it be that your Gao family wants to break the rules of our prison arena? The peak holy emperor of the Gao family cupped his hands at Zhang Lianhua and said, Young lady Zhang, I know that we are breaking the rules of the prison arena by doing this, but our young master's breakthrough is very important. I will forfeit this battle on behalf of our young master, and I hope that young lady Zhang will give us some face. Our Gao family is willing to compensate you in any way. Gao Zhan was the most outstanding direct descendant of the Gao family. Now that he had become a high-rank holy emperor before the age of 1,000, he had a very good chance of becoming a divine king in the future. The people of the Gao family definitely did not want anything to happen to Gao Zhan now. Just as Zhang Lianhua was hesitating, a figure surged on the arena and attacked without any regard for anything. Chapter 1053. Gao Zhan's abilities were extraordinary to begin with, And Ling Xiao was only at the initial stage of using the saber intent, but he was actually able to comprehend it and even took the opportunity to break through, entering the realm of the high-level Holy Emperor. If he succeeded in breaking through, Ling Xiao did not believe that Gao Zhan would let him go. Therefore, he could only strike first to gain the upper hand. After all, this was the battle arena. As long as one entered the arena, there was only life and death. They would not stop because of anything. Even if Gao Zhan was currently breaking through, it would not be a shameless thing for Ling Xiao to kill him. Lowly commoner, you dare! The peak Saint King of the Gao family immediately sensed Ling Xiao's sudden attack. He bellowed out and actually charged toward Ling Xiao without any regard for anything else. The referee of the battle arena was still stunned on the spot and forgot to intercept. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and increased his speed. His palms were already covered in ice crystals and turned into thousands of blade lights that slashed towards Gao Zhan's head. Gao Zhan had his eyes closed and was absorbing energy to his heart's content, constantly attacking his neck. His body was surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. An ordinary person would not be able to get close. However, Ling Xiao's physical body was so strong that he directly ignored the power of thunder and lightning and forcefully broke through. The peak Holy Emperor had already chased after him. He already had a holy weapon in his hand and vowed to kill Ling Xiao with one slash. Ling Xiao had already become a divine soul and had long sensed the attack of the peak Holy Emperor. His body nimbly leaned to the right, but the blade light in his hand did not change direction as it slashed towards Gao Zhan's neck. No! The peak Holy Emperor shouted in shock. Ling Xiao also thought that this move had succeeded. Unfortunately, Gao Zhan was extremely vigilant and actually raised his fist and palm to scatter Ling Xiao's blade light. He himself was forced to retreat quite a bit, and the power that was about to break through became somewhat unstable. Very good, when I break through, I will use you as a blood sacrifice, Gao Zhan said in a cold voice. Then, he ignored Ling Xiao and closed his eyes again to break through. This was because he believed that his clansmen would definitely be able to stall Ling Xiao until he broke through completely. Lowly commoner, die! Seeing that Gao Zhan was fine, the Holy Emperor immediately felt relieved. He shouted again and launched a series of attacks towards Ling Xiao. He had already locked onto Ling Xiao and thought that killing Ling Xiao would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the Holy Emperor of the Gao family had flashed to Gao Zhan's side to protect him, so he was even more relieved. Good, good. How dare he bully us by relying on numbers? Today I must kill him. Ling Xiao was furious. He hadn't expected that these people would actually gang up on him. Didn't the prison arena say that no one was allowed to interfere, no one was allowed to give up, and that it would only stop when one side died? It looked like he was too naive. In the eyes of these great powers, the arena was nothing more than a game, and those rules didn't restrict them in the slightest. Since that was the case, then don't blame him for going on a killing spree. Ling Xiao's battle prowess was pushed to the peak. His spirit forcibly suppressed the dragon horn, but it only covered his body with dragon scales. He looked up to the sky and let out a long roar, and a peerless true dragon roared for thousands of miles. A frightening dragon roar reverberated throughout the arena. Even the defensive array began to crack, as if it was about to be destroyed. The blood of the Holy Emperor, who wanted to kill Ling Xiao, was shaken by the dragon roar, and the two Holy Emperors who were guarding Gao Zhan didn't fare well either. Ling Xiao's speed was raised to the extreme, and he directly broke into Gao Zhan's electric field. Die! Ling Xiao roared, and his dragon fist blasted towards Gao Zhan. Gao Zhan's mind was shaken by the dragon roar, but he still forcibly increased his strength. His aura had already reached the level of a high-level Holy Emperor, but forcefully breaking through caused his meridians to explode in excruciating pain. Ling Xiao had already arrived in front of Gao Zhan, and Gao Zhan was also infuriated. Damned lowly commoner, the only one who will die will be you. Gao Zhan attacked with his fist and palm at the same time, and his power was many times more tyrannical than before. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two of them clashed with all their might, and a strong explosive energy wave was set off on the stage. The few Holy Emperors of the Gao family relaxed, and the peak Holy Emperor said happily, "Haha, young master has already broken through. The one who will die will only be that lowly commoner." Powerful moves collided, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The defensive formation was isolated layer by layer, but cracks still appeared incessantly, frightening the surrounding spectators to the point their faces turned pale. At the same time, They were rather excited because it had been a long time since they had seen such a breathtaking battle. I never thought that the Gao family would be so shameless to actually step forward to stop the battle. Otherwise, that martial fanatic would have already fallen at Ling Xiao's hands. The martial fanatic is a peerless genius of the Gao family, and he might even become a god king in the future. Of course they're nervous, and now that he has broken through another level, they won't let him fall. It's just that what's the point of the arena continuing like this? If the other powers interfere and don't allow them to kill their people, then it's better not to watch. Let's not talk about it anymore and see what the results are like. Just now, Ling Xiao suddenly exploded with the image of a divine beast, and it's quite powerful. I wonder who will be the final victor. I think that the martial fanatic will definitely win. He has already broken through successfully. All of the lightning energy disappeared, and the peerless true dragon also disappeared. When everything had dissipated, everyone held their breaths as they looked at the arena. The two figures stood there straight, and a few gusts of wind ruffled their clothes. Everyone stared at the stage, and the entire arena was silent. No one knew what the result would be. After a while, one of the figures slowly fell down. Bang! His body smashed onto the dazzlingly damaged stage, raising a cloud of smoke and dust. Immediately after, an uproar rang out in all directions. No one had thought that the final result would be beyond their expectations, because the person who fell was the martial fanatic, Gao Zhan. Impossible. Young master has already broken through. How could he have lost? Could it be that he was affected just now and became a heart demon, so he was killed? The Peak Holy Emperor secretly guessed. However, he didn't have the mood to think about it now. He glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Damn lowly commoner, I will tear your body into 1,000 pieces." Just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao again, the surrounding figures surged. "Gao, are you going to break the rules of our prison arena? Why haven't you left yet?" Zhang Lianhua shouted at the Peak Holy Emperor with her hands behind her back. "Miss Zhang, after I kill this lowly commoner, our Gao family will naturally compensate you," the Peak Holy Emperor said. "Humph, when Gao Zhan entered the prison arena to challenge, I told your family head that life and death here is up to the heavens. Gao Zhan's death can only be blamed on his lack of skill. You have already broken the rules, and now you want to kill him in front of everyone. How can my prison arena continue to operate in the future? Get out of here, or else don't blame me for being impolite." Zhang Lianhua snorted coldly. The Peak Holy Emperor was momentarily speechless. He looked at the people beside Zhang Lianhua and knew that it would be useless to continue being impulsive. "All right, then allow this old man to collect my young master's corpse. That should be fine, right?" the Peak Holy Emperor said. Immediately after, he rushed in the direction where Gao Zhan had fallen. At this time, Gao Zhan's chest was wide open, and blood was flowing out like a pillar. His breath had already been cut off, and he was in great pain. He picked up Gao Zhan's corpse, glared fiercely at Ling Xiao, and left with his people. "All right, this battle is Ling Xiao's victory." In view of the Gao family's violation of the rules, I will allow Ling Xiao to take medicinal pills to heal his wounds before fighting again, Zhang Lianhua announced. As she left the arena, she still did not forget to glare at Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes full of lust. The more valiant Ling Xiao's performance was, the more Zhang Lianhua wanted to take him into her boudoir. In her heart, she had already confirmed that Ling Xiao was one of her male pets. The people at the side of the arena had no objections to Zhang Lianhua's decision. They only wanted to watch an exciting battle, and the strength that Ling Xiao had displayed had already made their blood boil. Naturally, they wanted to see Ling Xiao win consecutively. There are still 5 people at the back, right? Let them come together. Ling Xiao did not take the medicinal pill, but walked in front of the referee and said. The referee shuddered and said, "What did you say?" He suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. He seemed to have heard Ling Xiao say that the 5 people at the back should come out together. Ling Xiao repeated, "Let the 5 people at the back come out. As long as I win against them, it should be counted as 20 consecutive victories." The referee looked at Ling Xiao with a shocked expression, and did not know how to reply for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he said to Ling Xiao, "Wait a moment, I have to ask the steward before I can make the decision." The referee went in front of Zhang Lianhua and relayed Ling Zhao's words. Zhang Lianhua's reaction was also extremely shocked. At the side, Feng Holin said disdainfully, "It seems that this person's confidence has risen too much. Does he really think that he is invincible in the world? Junior sister Zhang. Just help him. Let's see how he dies." Fan Guanzhong was silent at the side, but his eyes emitted a complicated expression. What is this enemy thinking? Does he really think that he is a divine king? The next 5 are all high-level holy emperor, and there is even a man lunatic among them. This is not something that Gao Zhan can compare to. Zhang Lianhua thought to herself. Zhang Lianhua hesitated for a moment, then stopped the duel again. She called Ling Xiao into the room to question him. Do you know that the next opponents will be even stronger? Although your battle prowess is not bad, it is too difficult for you to fight 1 against 5. Do you really want to throw away your life? Zhang Lianhua looked straight at Ling Xiao and asked. At this time, Ling Xiao's upper body was bare, and his well-proportioned muscles made Zhang Lianhua even more fond of him. Miss, don't worry. I still want to live a little longer, so I definitely won't joke around with my life. I have a martial technique that is even more suited for group battles, so I am not afraid of them attacking together. Ling Xiao replied. Even if you have a divine technique, you still can't stand against a few high-level holy emperors. Zhang Lianhua said unhappily. Don't worry, as long as Miss agrees. Who knows, those people might not even lower themselves to attack me together, Ling Xiao said confidently. Zhang Lianhua saw that Ling Xiao was insistent, so she sighed and agreed. Chapter 1054. When the referee announced Ling Zhao's words to the audience, everyone cried out in alarm. Too arrogant, too arrogant. Does he really think that he can be so arrogant just because he won against a martial arts fanatic? It seems that Ling Xiao has been blinded by his prophets. He actually dared to fight against 5 people by himself. Doesn't he know that these 5 people will all be a level stronger than him in the end? Perhaps he is wholeheartedly seeking defeat. Who can understand the heart of a lowly commoner? If he is willing to join our Lang clan, it won't be a problem for us to protect him. It's just that the Zhang clan isn't willing to let him go. Let's watch first. Maybe we can watch a good show of the 5 corpses. Tai Lang said to Lu Jinsi, this Ling Xiao is probably crazy. He actually made such a decision. It seems like I can get the money I bet on man lunatic. Lu Jinsi frowned slightly and said, I don't think he's crazy, but he really has something to rely on. Maybe we can really win the bet with Bai Che Gao, although the chances are a little slim. What do you mean? Tai Lang asked. Lu Jinsi said seriously, didn't you sense a terrifying power in that brat's body just now? He actually condensed the shadow of a divine beast, which means that he might have seen a true dragon or obtained some great opportunity. His combat strength is definitely not inferior to any high-level holy emperor. After Tai Lang heard this, he fell into deep thought. Lu Jinsi continued, if he wins, let him go. This kind of person must not become an enemy. Otherwise, when he grows up in the future, the first thing he will find is trouble with us. Tai Lang nodded, his gaze fell on Ling Xiao, and he thought to himself, even if I let you go, will the Gao clan let you go? On the stage, Ling Xiao stood with his head held high. His expression was incomparably resolute, and his fighting spirit gradually soared. The reason why he wanted to fight 1 against 5 was because he had his own confidence and reliance. At the same time, he also longed for a vigorous battle, taking the first step to becoming famous in the heavenly realm. The 5 holy emperors who were supposed to appear had all appeared. They were all high-level holy emperor cultivators, and they were all people who had been sent here from exile. Like Ling Xiao, they were lowly commoners. 2 of them looked old and short, but their strength was the strongest among the 5, infinitely close to the peak of the high-grade holy emperor. 2 of them looked middle-aged, one had just stepped into the high-grade holy emperor realm not long ago, and the other was a mid-grade high-grade holy emperor realm. The tallest of them all was Mad Man, the Hellfighter King who had won 50 matches in a row. Other than Man Lunatic, the other 4 were called Hu Fang, Huang Ban, Tuoba Lu Han, and Guo Huisher. Ling Xiao looked at the 5 people in different directions and sneered, "Come at me together, save time." The 5 of them revealed looks of disdain and anger. Ling Xiao was clearly looking down on them, but they were all ambitious and ruthless people, so how could they join hands to deal with someone who was a realm lower than them? What an arrogant brat. Unfortunately, you're not worth us joining hands, Hu Feng sneered. Huang Ban said disdainfully, "Youngsters overestimate themselves." It was Tuoba Luhan who coldly snorted and said, "Why don't you all stop for now? Let me take this brat's dog head." With that, Tuoba Luhan suddenly launched an attack at Ling Xiao. He used a tyrannical leg technique, and like a torrential storm of kicks, he continuously kicked at Ling Xiao. The dense kicks contained a tyrannical aura, and muffled sounds rang out in the air. Just this move alone was much more terrifying than Gao Zhan's previous all-out attack. This was the power of a high-tier holy emperor, and it wasn't something an ordinary holy emperor could compare to. Just as the kicks arrived in front of Ling Xiao's figure began to spin, and gusts of wind energy emanated from his body. At the same time, he used his wind god's kick. Bang bang! The afterimages of the legs intertwined with each other, and waves of energy sputtered out. Tuoba Luhan had originally thought that he could use his absolute strength to suppress Ling Xiao, and even kick him until he exploded. But he discovered that when he exchanged kicks with Ling Xiao's power was actually no weaker than his own, and it even shook his leg to the point of numbness. It was as if he had swept an iron pole. Just as he was about to increase the intensity of his attack, he discovered that there was an indescribable energy twisting around him. The natural Yin wind bead had already advanced, and the power of the baleful death chi was no longer the same as it had been in the past. As soon as it touched Tuoba Luhan, it immediately corroded his vitality. First, his leg felt numb, and then it actually began to wither. His leg rapidly shriveled up, the flesh disappearing, leaving behind only the bones. In the end, even the bones were corroded away. Arg! Tuoba Luhan had only exchanged a few dozen kicks with Ling Xiao, but by the time he discovered the abnormality in his leg, the corrosive power was already rapidly harming his body. He dropped from the air, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. He used all his strength to stubbornly resist the corrosive power of the baleful death chi, but Ling Xiao had already attacked once more, stomping down on his chest and interrupting his ability to continue circulating power. In just a few blinks of an eye, amidst startling thorn screams, Tuoba Luhan had been corroded to the point that not even dregs remained. This scene instantly shocked everyone present. The surrounding people became silent, and their faces were full of shock. The 4 people standing on the platform also showed expressions of shock. Fan Guanzhong slapped the table and stood up, exclaiming, "He cultivates 2 attributes, so that should be innate baleful energy. But even innate baleful energy cannot instantly corrode the Holy Emperor. So this boy has something like this to rely on. No wonder he dares to fight 1 against 5. This kind of baleful energy is so terrifying. Does this boy have a divine item on him?" Feng Holin thought, greed flashing through his eyes. Zhang Lianhua gave a tinkling laugh from the side, her mood extremely happy. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more fortunate it was for their Zhang family. In her eyes, Ling Xiao had already become hers. On the other side, Tai Lang and Lu Jinsi both showed expressions of disbelief. It seemed like this was the first time they had seen Ling Xiao. Back then, if Ling Xiao had resisted, they might not have been able to capture him. But he had allowed himself to be captured, allowing them to do as they pleased. Could it be that that was just a temporary measure of convenience? When they thought of this, Tai Lang and Lu Jinsi both felt a chill in their bodies and minds. Can't even withstand a single blow. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of saliva, extremely disdainful. His gaze fell on the others, and there was no doubt that he was looking down on them. "Since you don't dare to make a move, then I'll kill you 1 by 1. Ling Xiao said again, his figure leaping forward like a hawk. His target this time was Gua Huisher, because he was the weakest of the remaining 4. Ling Xiao's full strength exploded out, his speed comparable to any high-level holy emperor. Ice blades appeared on his palms, each blade containing the icy concept of the blade, boundless power. Gua Huisher had long since been scared out of his wits by the attack Ling Xiao had used to kill Tuoba Luhan. Now that Ling Xiao had chosen him to make the first move, he had already lost confidence. Although he used all his strength to parry,
He was still covered in wounds from Ling Xiao's ice blades. "I'll fight you to the death." In the prison arena, everyone disregarded life and death. Guo Huisher was unwilling to be defeated like this. He shouted, gathering all his strength in his palms, and slammed them at Ling Xiao. All the power in the surroundings was drawn over, like two dragons emerging from the sea. Boundless energy surged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered, his figure flying in Hu Feng's direction. All of Guo Wuxi's power naturally followed him. What a move to divert trouble. Hu Feng had not expected Ling Xiao to be so shameless as to draw Guo Wuxi's power to his side. Guo Huisher was a high-level holy emperor. The power of his full power attack was not child's play. Hu Feng had no choice but to counterattack. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The energies of the two high-level holy emperors collided, creating a terrifying collision. The defensive array was struck once more, and cracks appeared once more. Ling Xiao sneered, his figure moving like a ghost. Taking advantage of Guo Wuxi's lack of time to catch his breath, he circled around to his back and killed Guo Huisher on the spot with a series of fierce attacks. Hu Feng had already reached the end of his patience. He knew that if this continued, he would probably be defeated by Ling Xiao one by one. He shouted, "Everyone, let's kill him together." Now that only 3 of the 5 were left, Hu Feng attacked without any regard for anything else. Huang Ban didn't dare to care about his face anymore. Originally, in the prison arena, their pride as cultivators no longer mattered. Only when their opponents died would they be able to survive. Although Ling Xiao was only a mid-level holy emperor, the power he displayed was not inferior to any of the holy emperors. In fact, he might even be slightly superior. Hu Feng and Huang Ban were both existences closest to the peak of the holy emperor level, and their strength was not something that Taba Luhan and Guo Huisher could compare to. Moreover, the two of them attacked simultaneously, one using fist techniques and the other using palm techniques. They locked onto Ling Xiao at the same time, and a series of earth-shattering attacks flooded towards Ling Xiao. The pressure on Ling Xiao multiplied, and the phantom of a peerless true dragon continuously roared, shocking everyone within 10,000 kilometers. He was like an emperor, displaying a mighty aura. The phantom of a peerless true dragon roared unceasingly, shocking everyone within 10,000 kilometers. Ling Xiao combined his fist techniques with his leg shadows, and his ice-attributed energy and wind-attributed energy constantly alternated. Even though he was fighting 1 against 2, he was still not at a disadvantage. An intense battle unfolded on the stage, causing the spectators to cry out in surprise. There were similarities between the concepts. Ling Xiao used his ice-attributed fist intent to display the concept of fist intent, and he used his leg intent to display the concept of kick intent. The power of the two increased more than doubled, and he gradually gained the upper hand. At this time, someone finally recognized Ling Xiao's concept. This is a fist intent and a leg intent. This Ling Xiao has actually reached a higher level. No wonder he can fight those of a higher level. This child is incredible. An old man sitting in the spectator stands muttered. His murky old eyes shone with a bright light. Apart from him, there were also many people who had hidden their strength, who revealed expressions of shock. Fan Guanzhong made up his mind. I must introduce this child to the palace. He will definitely become a true disciple and have a place in the palace in the future. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.